days are busy days, so we've got what it takes to just get the stamina to start learning. The webinar is being recorded, so please note that the recording, and you can find the recordings after in the LMS system of ACHRP, and you can also get it on the YouTube channel. Veronica, I can see your video is on. Do you want to lead us with a word of prayer? You're muted.
Thank you, Father God. We thank you for this beautiful sunny morning. We ask you to give us the understanding that we need as we interact together to enable us, help us work with stars much better. For it is in Jesus' name we pray, trusting and believing. Amen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, great. Like what you have prayed, interact with staff better. Yeah. So karibuni sana. Maybe we can unmute ourselves, say hello. What are our expectations for today? Anything that you would like to take away? What are some of the pain points? What are some of the quick wins or the strategic wins you have had in the past around employee engagement? Anyone? Expectations, what you're hoping to take away this morning? Anyone? Not putting anybody on the spot. Anyone? Really looking forward to this topic. It's very dear to my heart, by the way. Anyone? Hello, Jane. You know, I know my peers and my colleagues, so I can call them out with confidence. Jane Wanjohi.
I knew you were going to call me for some reason.
And I was just waiting.
And I'm busy moving around as I'm listening. My expectations for the day, first and foremost, hi to everybody. Hi, Catherine. I've not seen you in a long time. I've come actually today with a very open mind. I want to just hear something new. I know we keep coming for trainings with the, comparing them with the last trainings we've had. I come with a totally open mind. I think at the moment, employee engagement is key and dear to our hearts. We're looking to having people re-engaged again, especially in my organization where we've been having a lot of transformation and change. And we know how it feels after these processes have been done in some sections and others are still going through it. So just looking to see how to get people really engaged despite what is happening in the organization.
Great. That's whatever. That's really a good expectation. Come with an open canvas, hear what people are doing and stuff and everything that goes with it. Also at the same time, just looking at the issue of staff transformation. Organizations always going through transformation. And what happens, have we engaged them prior to that? Or we are thinking, oh, okay, we'll transform, we'll reorganize, then after that, we will take up the engagement. I think the first, and I can feel you because I've been in both two scenarios and I can attest that there's a good feeling when everybody gets engaged from the word go compared to when, well, let's pick you guys up and now and let's move along. So great expectation. Thank you. And for us, it's more of knowledge sharing, experience sharing, what you have done in the past, what you would like to see, and what are some of the best practices that we have seen in the past and what we can adopt in organizations. I also know that organizations are very different. Some organizations are more agile, more people-centric, moving on with people agenda, with a lot of with deliberate effort compared to others, so, but how can we all be together on the same boat with people, especially if you really are in charge of people? How do we do that to make sure that that is going right and people can trust the organization to hear them out? Yeah. Someone else? Anyone else who would like to put up the expectations, what they would like to hear this morning?
Also, this is Veronica. Thank you, Catherine. Also, for me, just like the previous colleague has said, we're also going through reforms and a lot of people going home and all, and there's a lot of restructuring. Staff engagement is an all-time low, and I would really want to know, how to best keep them motivated, keep them engaged, something different, to make them feel more committed, because I feel, people just come to work for the sake of coming to work. So I would really want to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think one of the things that really keeps HR, gives HR sleepless nights is around we are going through a restructuring process, and how is it going to look? And sometimes you've not even fully committed yourself to that process, and maybe you've not even agreed to some of the things that management has decided to do. Even if you're at that level of management, you just think that maybe we would be making different decisions for the business, and this is what management want to do, majority of them. And sometimes we are so fixated with looking at the bottom line that we forget that we could look at other things to keep everybody, and we can talk about some case studies of what happened during the pandemic, where everybody panicked and said this is the best way to save the business was to let people go home. Really difficult decisions of what it is. I heard from another forum, and it's a topic for discussion, and it became very heated around that retrenchment is a lazy way of making a business decision, and if we're going to do that, what could we have done better so that we keep the staff force? So very, very profound. It cannot be underestimated that people want to stay on their jobs, but even the people who want to stay on their jobs, are they truly committed to the organization? What are they doing? Are they just coming, rubber stamping the day and going home? So there are also those things that we need to understand and to look into that. Even if I have a job, do I really value this job? Do I feel totally engaged to come and work with XYZ Limited and for me to go home? Someone else?
Good morning, Catherine.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm basically in same line with the two colleagues who've already spoken, but again, I think employee engagement is at its lowest right now. And there's a lot of struggle trying to keep people motivated, as you're saying. A lot of people are coming to work because they have no choice, and it's just a rubber stamp thing. So looking forward to finding new ways. We know the usual ways we've been doing of employee engagement, but with all that's happening with restructuring happening all over the place, and people also coming out of a pandemic, work patterns have changed. So the scope of engagement has also changed. If people sort of did the same thing they've been doing, it's not working. So looking forward to finding out what other ways of engagement under the different circumstances that are there for this session. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost starting to think, wow, okay, we need to all put our hearts together here, remove your heart, put it together and say, what new strategies do we have in place? Apart from the ones that we have always looked into, what's fresh out there? What can we do differently? What have people done differently that are really winning the engagement debate in their organizations? And is it a HR function? Is it a HR responsibility to keep people engaged? It's even me, I'm a person, I still need to feel engaged. I work here, I need to feel engaged, I need to feel valued. I don't want to feel accommodated, I'm part, you're welcome, but there's that saying that you're welcome, but you're not invited. We just send you the invitation for because we had no choice, but you are not invited. When you come, okay, we are just like, okay, fine. They showed up, that's the same thing. Every day, how do you feel going to your employer? And I know some of you are struggling, with your employer. Maybe they are not the best in terms of the things that you feel they do. You feel that things could be done better, and you are the keeper of the people's agenda. And how do you make yourself show up every day with zeal, with a happy face, and you are thinking, the time I get another job, I won't even say bye. I'll just be there. They'll see my bye on the or on the screen that I am gone. So how do we also make sure that we reference ourselves as human beings who work there and maybe have been given the task to do that? So my first opening statement around employee engagement: who is the custodian of this of this process, of this very important function in the organization? And it's sometimes we can do tangible things that really make people engaged. More money, it's tangible. More leave days, it's tangible. But the bigger chunk of it is where there's an emotional connection, and that's what it's really. It's the bigger chunk of how we feel engaged compared to the tangible things that we're doing. So today we want to focus on those very intangible things that could really bring out the engagement factor. So my first question, so let's unmute ourselves and say, who's the custodian? Who should be, this agenda should sit on whose desk? On whose plate?
Senior leadership.
Yeah.
Senior leadership. Why senior leadership, Jane?
Agreed.
The orientation and the culture trickles down easily when it comes from the top. So all the initiatives, the right and empathetic leadership comes from the top. When people see that it's well driven from the top, then it, can I say, encourages or incentivizes people to perform.
From senior management, from board level, how the board, articulates itself, at senior management, then it tickles all the way down. And then we cannot stop talking about, we cannot talk about employee engagement without bringing in culture. So thank you, Jane, for bringing that aspect, that culture is a strong driver of rights. Employee engagement rights on organizational culture. Someone else who had unmuted themselves and said that they totally agree.
Yes, I agree with Jane. The quick answer that would normally come to other people's heads would be HR. But you see, if there's no support from top management, even the HR will struggle to implement anything. So it has to start from the top, so that in as much as it sits with HR to implement, but they have to get the support from the top, otherwise they'll struggle.
Yeah. Total struggle if it's not whatever. And the HR, just because it's a people agenda, employee engagement, they would be the ones implementing some of the initiatives that are good, drivers of it, and maybe making more deliberate efforts to measure the level of engagement and going back and discussing that, so that senior management is able to take some of the things that have been said that we need to mainstream employee engagement. So I totally agree. Someone else of a different opinion or what they have done? Someone of a different opinion? Has employee engagement been down to you in terms of it's up to you. You go and figure it out how we should do it. Yeah, Suzanne?
Catherine, I want to agree with my two sisters that have spoken. And at the strategic level, or at the leadership level, that is where decisions are made and policies and that kind of thing. And if the leadership choose to make the decisions and put down the policies and decide to run with them, there's nothing that the people at the lower level or the other staff can do. But when they choose to make the decisions, to put down the policies and involve the staff and the employees at the lower cadres, then the employees will feel engaged. But if they do not choose to involve them, there is nothing much they can do. So I would agree with them that it is the leadership that are the custodian of employee engagement. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Leadership at that level, really good custodians of what it is. But do they? So, and that's very true. But do people even understand what employee engagement is? Do we really understand what employee engagement is? Or we just put out that there that everybody should be engaged, everybody should be happy. After all, we've given a 6% increment when there is no money. We've really tried. Do organizations even understand what employee engagement is? And I'm talking about the whole spectrum of whether you're working for nonprofit, whether you're working for corporate, whether you're working for the government, those entities, no matter how small the business is, whether it's a small SME of 10 people, whether it's a big corporate of 100,000 people, how people want to be treated is the same. I want to be treated with respect. I want to be empowered to do my work. I want to be acknowledged for doing a good job. I want to bring in a good attitude that everybody understands that they can come to me for support and for learning, all those things around that. But do we as a people in that organization even understand what employee engagement is? Do we tend to, or we figure out in our heads, oh, okay, hey, the boss has treated me badly today. That's not good. I can't last here another day. It's not good for me at all. Anyone who would think, do we even understand, all of us collectively, what employee engagement is? Do we all go to the town hall meeting and say, this is our, this is how employee engagement is? And for all of us, we understand, and it's working or it's not working. Anyone? Put it on there. Susan? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Myself, how I understand employee engagement, I would say the emotional commitment that an employee has towards an organization, that is towards the goal of the organization, the mission, and the values, the strategies that the organization has put in place, how emotionally committed
connected
employees are. Yeah, that is how I understand it.
Yeah, true. So I'll just give you a very simple scenario, and I'm sure maybe I've said this in a webinar, maybe you have been, or maybe even in this webinar. 2 years ago, the first case of COVID was reported in our country. I remember very vividly. It was on a Sunday afternoon. The president came and there was panic in the country. So the president said, I think, is it that day? He said, no, people should work from home. And, we were just, and HR, there's no other time that HR worked so hard. All HRs combined in this one, like the last 2 years of how hard they have worked. So people went to work at home, and maybe the first week, senior management and HR were trying to find out how people should work from home, work remotely, or whatever it is. The ones who had programs of already flexi working at home and stuff like that. were better placed. And of course, if you have networks, you called on your friends, how is it working, or how does it mean to work from home? Anyway, so everybody started working from home. And a friend of mine called me. He owns a small SME. They say you are a typical case study. And he says, go and broadcast it. He's a good friend of mine. And told me, Catherine, I'm really struggling. And I say, why are you struggling? People working from home. And we asked them to support using their own gadgets, own equipment, the laptops and their data bundles, and stuff like that. And his teams were not conforming. They came and said, I have no laptop. And someone comes with their laptop, their personal laptop, to do updates with the IT team. The way you take your personal laptop to your IT colleagues to update for you to do everything, isn't it? We all know these things happen. We come to the office and you say, well, it's not catching Wi-Fi at home and stuff like that. So I told him, stop right there, XYZ. Your employees were never engaged in this. You don't even have to do a survey. Why at the lowest point of your need, when you need people so much, is when they cannot come to the aid of the organization, knowing that this is where they get bread and butter every day. I painted a very bad picture for him, unfortunately, because it's what it was. His people won't seen a laptop. I don't have data bundles, even to the extent of saying, I left my notebook at home and in the office and my pen, I can't. I'm telling you, and I told him, retrospect, what kind of culture you have in your organization. Just because then you're the one putting food on the people's table, but you have not engaged them. You make them, they can't do you that favor. And that's what it is. If ever was a better time to know how engaged your employees were, was in 2019 or 2020 when the pandemic hit. How people responded to let's work at home before we set up, before we buy enough equipment for everybody. Are you going to use your own personal resources? Would you use your home internet to do business and stuff like that? I remember, I know a big corporation, I will not name it, where they struggled, and one of the bosses told me that I can't get my people. They say they don't have airtime to call, even just to return a simple call, work related. They did not. And it's an organization that is going through so much. It's always being bailed by the government. You can almost figure out which organization I'm talking about. They won't pick calls. In fact, they went and set up their offices in the village and stuff like that. So employee engagement, those little things in terms of trouble, when you need people to come to your aid, they are not there. And the other thing is that how engaged were you? Is that how did you retrench people during that time? Were you empathetic? Did you call them? Or you just decided last in, first out, you have to go, we have no money, you panicked and you let them go. Now you have started stabilizing and you can't call them back. They just thought, well, I got another job. The way you let me go was very unfair. I can't trust you anymore. So those little things that we think about, you don't even have to do a big survey, do the questionnaires, evaluate the questionnaires, which nobody wants to complete because they don't even trust you that will not victimize them when they read and say, this is Catherine for sure. This is who Catherine writes like this. She's the one who's always complaining at the coffee pot. So things like that, just little things that you can pick up and big things about your business that you can pick up. So now we'll all agree on this webinar, the thing that HRs are struggling with is bringing back people to the office, isn't it? We've worked home for 2 years. Now you've told people, please come back. You're saying, please come back to the office. When you come back to the office, we'll accommodate you. We've put all safety measures in place. We've even given you some bit of flexibility. Are people coming back to the office? Or have you forced them to come back? What has happened? There's a lot of resistance.
We are bembelezing them to come back.
Isn't it? We are bembelezing them to come back. So anyone who is not bembelezing people just to come back, you've made the offices the best you can. You know, you've assured people, you've bought them all the safety equipment, but have they come back? Or what have they told you?
From my experience, we have two groups. There are those who are struggling to come back, and there are those who can't wait to come back. It also depends on the circumstances at home. Yeah, so we have those who can't stay at home for various factors. Others being personal, others being, having young kids, others the space at home, so they're different. For me, I've found two groups. There are those who, even when you told them stay home, they would still come to work, and they're like, what have you come? Follow the rota, you stay home and come when you should come. They're like, no, just let me just come, because I can't work from home. Now, there are those who are 100% home-based now. They've gotten comfortable. They are working very well at home, adapting to life-work balance. And they're not seeing why they should come back, because at the end of the day, they're still delivering. So if they're meeting their targets, why do you want them to come back? So it's the argument they're having, I can work as well as, from home as from the office. So for me, I have those two groups, and yeah.
And what have you? So let me give you life scenario about my organization in terms of return to work. So we pushed very many hours, and the business did very well during the pandemic. And maybe it was just a windfall because we're in the telecom industry. My organization sells wholesale internet. We dig the submarine cables around the world, and we sell wholesale internet. Very, very intricate and very interesting business. So we didn't even believe that, and why I'm telling you this is because it will open some discussions around employee engagement and some, I'm not saying it's perfect. You will see how in one front that we need to do better. So we couldn't believe that we could we could do our business from home. But we set up everybody, and people pushed in a lot of hours, and we started seeing a lot of burnout, and people started complaining. And so we made a lot of effort to have weekly meetings, and the CEO addressing people and asking people, what can we do better? And we then asked people, we still good for the business? We appreciate what you're doing. Has your spouse lost a job, or has your partner lost a job? Are you the sole breadwinner? What can we do to make sure that you still remain on the financial platform that you are on? Can you believe it? And some people came and said, well, yeah, my partner has lost a job, and maybe we are pushing big bills, like let's say you're paying a mortgage, or you had a big car loan or stuff like that. So we tried to accommodate all that we could, and from a global scale, we tried to do that as much as we could. So people pushed long hours, and managers who are, we call them, and they all know, all of us, there's no question about that. Some managers are slave drivers, and we say that very loosely in a very fun way, and but we want to drive the point home. You could see people being called after 6 o'clock and stuff like that and everything. And one day the CEO woke up and said, if anybody calls anybody after 6 o'clock, they will see me behind the tent. Because people started complaining about the pushing very long hours. So we try to find work-life balance, and we tried telling people, go out, and make a regime of whatever, like all of us. I'm sure I'm talking about things everybody did. So we addressed that, and we called off the business. Last year, management woke up and said, everybody comes back to the office. People should come back to the office. We need cohesion. We need to talk at the coffee pot. We need agility. We need new people who have come into the business to understand our culture and everything. And it's true, because that's what now HR starts to do, bring people back to the office. So I have those two sets of people who say, I want to work from the office, and going to the office was like trying to go to the moon. We had an SSD card where you put in everything. It was too complicated to go to the office. It was not worth it. You stay where you are. We made it difficult. We made a conservative effort to keep teams safe. And when we know that we were keeping teams safe, we were keeping families safe. At the same time, we were keeping the society safe, especially at the height of COVID. So we also took extra initiative as a company to win the war of COVID at a global level. We made that effort. We also said, if you don't have to go for that wedding, funeral, and stuff like that, there was these webinars that were going around, us having those discussions, and vaccination programs, and bringing even vaccine maybe to a doorstep and stuff like that. That's not the level. So we said we could come back. And nobody appeared. Nobody, not one person appeared to the office when we said, apart from those ones who are the minority, who said, oh, I'm happy to come back home because I feel whatever. Then the question is that, don't you miss your colleagues? Don't you want that engagement? They said, we were not consulted. They said, I have put on weight. I have no clothes to. Can you imagine when we ask people, we have put on weight, I have no clothes to wear? I feel that the traffic is too much now from whatever part of the world, especially people in Kenya, the roads being made. I feel I push better work when I'm alone at home. I engage with people. I see them on the platforms. You've said that the videos should be on all the time. I am not mentally ready. My house help went, and I have to look for, you've just told me I have to look for new care. I'm the one who now does school dropouts and school pickups and whatever. We also got another one that I relocated to another town. I went up country, and people in Europe, I went to live in another country where my whatever comes from. The discussions are still ongoing as per now. In Europe, we told them we'll give them extra parking because parking is very expensive. We'll give them some time around going for yoga classes. We asked them, so what can we do? You know, they want a coffee break on the company's tab. And we said, we want people back. You get what I mean? And you could just see that nobody responded to that call. Last week, the CEO came to a town hall meeting and said, okay, let's come to the office as when you want to come. You could have seen the smileys and the whatever, you know, if that's what it took to bring people back to the office. So the whole of last week, I was in the office and you could see the high fires. I was just like, even there's no social distance now. This is like a club party in Westland Street that I am very horrified about. But you could see that a drastic decision, come back to the office tomorrow, what it led to. And when we called for a meeting with the line managers, we asked people, tell your line managers, what is the problem? This is it. And they said, I was not consulted to come back. You know, of course, we've made decisions that we are a client-facing organization and people must come to the office. So with that flexibility, we're also working on that kind of engagement. Did we feel that we lost? People felt that, well, you cannot just, I work here and you need me, I need you. That is the message we got, and we need to accommodate each other. So it's still work in progress. We would like some people to come to the office permanently, 24/7, 365, and that's still work in progress. Oh, well, never a dull moment in HR, is there? Anyone who has had a scenario of return to work? And what have you done? What did you do? Anyone? Anyone?
Catherine.
Yeah.
For us, 2020 was purely work from home. We did a memo that staff to work from home. So purely 2020, we had maybe management working from the office like once in a week, but the entire team worked from home. In 2021, the same memo work from home was still on. But without even us like telling staff to come back to the office, people started coming back to the office like once in a week. The following week, we saw a number of them coming in. And at the end of 2021, we were full house.
Wow.
The memo was still on, but we never called staff back to the office, but they came by themselves. And as I speak, we are full house. We never struggled. We never struggled with like trying to discuss as management, how do we bring back these people or that kind of thing. But they just came in without anybody telling them to come back.
Fantastic.
And I think what really helped is we really supported them. Like we ensure that the offices are safe, issues of hygiene, and when we go home in the evening, we ensure that they are dropped. We have county offices and county vehicles, so we facilitated their movement, which was really the main concern during COVID. Public transport for those who do not have vehicles, that kind of thing. So we ensure that we do that. And I would say in 2022, we are all in.
Fantastic.
We are all in without a struggle. Yeah, I wouldn't, as the HR of the organization, I did not struggle. I did not struggle. Even when we were working from home, we were doing Zoom meetings with staff and like on a weekly basis, just getting in touch with them, how they are doing, how their families are doing, how they are working from home is really taking them. And we did not struggle. We did not struggle, Catherine.
Well done. So did you accommodate a hybrid? Some flexibility that if you want to work from home, you can?
Yes, exactly. We did that. We just encouraged them that just do this and do it the best way you can do it. Well we did not really push them because even our partners, the donors, they were very flexible. We had to do realignment of our budgets. And because there were targets that we were supposed to meet, but when COVID came in, we did an email to them that this is not workable. So they were also flexible, and we did the realignment, which meant the working around the targets. And we sat with the staff and we said, we were here, now COVID is here, and this is the direction we are taking. And we had to see the best way we can deliver that.
Fantastic.
So a lot of flexibility, and the staff were really cooperative. And even working from home, no one was like, we provided them with airtime, like so that we are able to keep in touch. And they were having bundles and that kind of thing.
Fantastic. Well done. That's really good. Someone else would like to share the experience of return to office. What have you done? What is working for you? What are you struggling with?
For our organization, in 2020, what we did is that we adopted a weekly rotational routine. So you'd have one person in a department per week, and then the next week a different team member, like that. In 2021, management felt they wanted everyone back. So by order, without question, everyone was asked to come back. So in 2022, what we are really experiencing is everyone is back, but there's a level of go slow. People are just doing bare minimum. Unfortunately, our director fell ill, so she's been out of office. So she's working from home, but then everyone is at work, and the systems are not yet back properly. So I can say at the moment we are still struggling to align and come back to full operation.
Yeah. Are you struggling because the director is not there? People feel that we are leaderless, or did people feel, well, we were not ready to come back, and you could have given us, you would have worked out a hybrid way of working?
Both.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Again, yeah, leadership, if the leader is out, who's taking leadership, and are they acceptable to that level that they will sustain the organization, and are they able to hold fort as when? So again, the leader makes a big impact, and a big dent can be felt when the leader is not there. But what can we do to support that as HR? If they were not there at all, what would happen to the organization? What if your leader was to vacate? What would happen to the organization? Big question, big whatever. And if people feel that they're the only ones who really do what is expected of them, who protects them and stuff like that, there's questions around ownership of everybody, how they feel working in this organization. So anybody else before we move on would like to share their return to work?
If I may?
Yes.
For us, I work in essential services in the government, one of the state corporations.
Yeah.
We only stayed, of course, when the presidential directive came, and we were told that staff could go home. There was so much panic. Even and nobody wanted to let the staff go, including the leadership. So we had to wait, from the very, very top to let us go. And finally, when it was done, management was told they have to stay, because work still continues. And as with a lot of government entities, this thing of conveyor belting when it comes to work tasks. So you find a manager in the office. Some of them do not know their head from their toes, and they they started forcing people back to work. So we had these weekly schedules, that will say, staff come on this day, but you'll still find a manager refusing to work online, refusing to work with technology. So when you're working from home and you're sending work online, and the manager is saying, I'm not going to be able to print everything that you guys have sent me. So you send me on soft and come and print it. So it was really a frustrating thing. We only stayed for 2 months and we were back. So I can tell you, we were back I think by June, we were back, June of 2020. We were back for those people who had to do the financial of the, closure of the financial year. So, and for them, it was, like for the finance and the accounts departments, is because they have to do it. So it was not even about, their manager said, come back. But for the rest of the staff, with time, there was that, stick, it's by force, by fire. But then again, so we've been back. It's been normal, like nothing happened. But then the engagement is still very low. And for me, that is why I really feel I really need to know how best can we do it, because you may pay them a good salary, you may give them the medical, but then they're still not engaged. So I felt, the way the management, took it, the journey that they took us was not the very best. It was not the very best, and engagement is at an all-time low. So people got, of course, we got the scares. Staff will get infected. We have about over 4,000 staff. So you get the first scare, the second scare, and you get used to it. So, but for now, for some reason, I don't know how we are not still getting those infections, but it's just normal. Yeah, but engagement very low.
Yeah. What did HR do to try and talk to management and say, how about we need to have a system, we need to support people around coming to the office, because I hear that was the breaking point, and the president has already given a directive that people work from home. And of course, essential services needed to go to the office, but not everybody, even in the essential services, needed to go to the office. There are some positions that could work offline.
Actually, I think that is where we all went wrong, in HR, because HR is the one that actually went against the presidential directive. forcing the staff to come back to work. And in as much as we're essential services, not all staff had to come because we have the technical staff, I work in a security agency, we have the people doing security. Those ones were okay, they could still continue, but the support services, most of the staff did not need to go there. But we could work from home, but they forced everyone. So I felt the way the leadership, the very top leadership of HR, the way it was done, it was not very well. And I hope I can learn from my colleagues. Yeah.
Difficult, yeah. We might not have all the answers. Again, every organization, how it is, putting this, one day come to the office, there's nothing you will do. You're wondering, and I keep saying, but I'm also an employee of this company. How am I feeling? Why am I doing this? Is it rational? Is it important for me to send out that directive without involving other people? So very different. And we can all have very, very articulated and heated discussions, very emotive discussions around return to the office now. It's not return to work, return to the office, come back to the physical place. And we've also been saying, well, work is a space, it's not a location. I can work from anywhere. And people need to trust me more to know that I can deliver. Okay. So let's move on, and we'll have those conversations. Let's keep them at the back of our mind, even as we try and look where those conversations can actually loop in the presentation. Don't worry too much about the presentation. Death by PowerPoint, that's what I keep on saying. It's just more of an illustration, and what can you take? Sometimes you can take a sentence and go and perfect your policy, and you think, whoa, where did you come up with that? And you look very smart and good about it, okay? So employee engagement, like one of us said, it's really the emotional attachment that you have, to my job, to my colleagues, to the organization, which profoundly influences their willingness to learn and to perform the tasks that they have, or the work that they have been given to do. Their job, do you understand your job? Do you like your job? Are you committed to it? And what? Colleagues, these colleagues, who are these colleagues, the people you work with? Do you feel an emotional attachment to them? Did you miss your colleagues during the pandemic? Some people told me, no, I don't miss them. They are not my family. I don't miss them. It's just a social place that I come. It's never that serious, Emotional attachment to your colleagues. Do you have an emotional attachment to them? Do you value them? Do you feel that if they were not there, life would be different? Let's talk about colleagues. The job, you've got a good job description, you understand your brief, you've got good KPIs, you're empowered to do it, but you have to work with Catherine, Susan, Veronica, Helen, just taking the people on the panel, up on the panel. Do you feel an emotional connection to your colleagues? Anyone? We just met you.
There's an emotional connection. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Saying yes, connection with most of our and basic human nature. The more hours you spend with, there's an attachment. So you feel you need to identify with the person who sits most of the times.
Yeah.
Can be away from work. You realize that when you're out of work, at times you feel, I think we need to connect with this one. You see people having at the evening, that is where you spend your day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Yeah, your internet was not too good, but we got what you said. Yeah, you spend most of the time there, and you start liking the other people, and you watch out for them and stuff like that. Someone else, colleagues, do you feel that we've got an emotional attachment with them?
Yeah, yes, Catherine, I do. And when for example, when and I'm a HR, but I want to speak now like Susan. When my staff are on leave or something like that, and there's that thing that you feel, it's been long. Let me check on these people. How are they doing? How are they doing when they are on leave? And it is a two-way traffic. When they are on leave, I call them, and when I'm on leave myself, I will receive calls. Susan, it's been long. When are you coming back? How are you doing? That kind of thing. So it's that thing that even if my staff don't show up at work, I will feel like I'm really concerned. Sometimes they don't show up and they're off air. You cannot reach them on phone. So there's that kind of worry. You're wondering, I've not seen this guy today. What could be happening? Their phone is off, you know. So it means that there's some sort of connection. I would say I'm really connected to my team, and it's a two-way traffic. Yeah.
It's good. Yeah. Anybody else? Last one. Do you feel an emotional connection with your colleagues?
For me, it's a balance. There are those employees when they're not there that you register their absence because of the relationship that you have and also the kind of work that they do. So there are those that you call, there are those who will call you when you're home. Then of course there are others when they're not there. There's just a lot of peace in the office. And so those ones, you let them enjoy their leave at home until the day they will come back, then you'll see each other.
Yeah, it's true. And we know that people leave their work because of their bosses and not whatever. Not that we know that now. Research has shown that I will leave my employer because I cannot get along with my boss. But we'll talk about that connection between the boss and the employee. You know, that's very important. So I think we should make deliberate effort to have a connection with the people who we work with. It will make it easier. You'll get to understand what Catherine likes, what Catherine does not like. We'll get to understand what has brought them. We can share common interests that really can make us become better colleagues to each other. You know, maybe we enjoy reading, we are sharing the same books, we have a book club, we enjoy soccer, we are talking about soccer, the same, you know. So that's how we get that emotional connection. And it makes the workplace a better place to work, you know, because we are all human beings, we all come. A job is just a job. It has to be done by someone. And when we understand that we need to have that emotional connection in a way that we put the space, we put the respect, we get to understand who they are, it gets us in a better place for us to be able to move on and to be able to do that. So the emotional attachment of the job, the colleagues, the organization in totality gives us that ability to infuse a good culture for us to feel the engagement that is supposed to do. So we continue learning and we continue doing really good work. So that's the basis of employee engagement. Employee engagement is the extent to which the employee is committed both emotionally, intellectually, exists relative to accomplishing the work, mission, and vision of the organization. Engagement can be seen as a heightened level of ownership, you know, where each employee wants to do whatever they can for the benefit of their internal and external customers or clients and for the success of the organization as a whole. Today, let me ask you a question and just close your eyes and think about your organization today. If it was your birthday and we have gone and the board has decided this organization, we are going to give it to Susan, free. And on your birthday, we say, Susan, happy birthday. We've got a very special gift to give you. And we are giving you this company with its assets and liabilities. Would you take, you'd say, oh my gosh, give it to me. I'm running with it. I'm happy. Oh, you would say, no, in the back of your mind, you say, I can't inherit such a monster. Right there, you as an individual, are you engaged? Or you hear this company is being sold. I hear in the background, this company is being sold. I'm going to buy it. I have the ability to bid and buy it. You get what I mean? Do you feel that that's the level of engagement? There's not much. Would you buy your company if it was a going concern? If you were able to afford it, would you buy it? Would you feel that it's good? I'm able to lead. I love the people. I love what it does. I stand for the business. I understand it. And I believe that it's the best thing that would ever happen to me. Buy it, run with it, and go with it. But even if it was sold, even at the auction, and you still ring the bell for 2 shillings, nobody's picking it up, there's a problem. So you don't have to tell us. If it was given to you as a gift free, would you take it? If that opportunity never occurs, because it might never occur, if it was a possibility of the company being sold today, where it is as is, would you buy it? Just tell that. I stop it there. You think about it, because you want to, do you ascribe to the mission, to the vision, and whatever, the whole success for the benefit. You feel that I really need to be here, and I am happy to be where it is. So great. Okay, great. So further on, we believe that you believe in the organizational in the organization and the company. You desire to work with enthusiasm to make things better. Understand the learning of the business context and the bigger picture. You feel respected, or it's respectful, helpful with colleagues. Now, this willingness to go the extra mile, keep updated with the developments in the organization and in their respective fields. Is this what senior management, and we've said that it is the work and it is the responsibility of senior management for them to carry the engagement agenda. So when they do that, you see that these are the things that they are fulfilling in the organization. And do you see that this is what you as an individual do for the organization? Do you feel that this is what mirrors what your colleagues mirror in this organization? Do you feel that this is happening in your organization? People are respectful, helpful with their colleagues. Or you go to a colleague to ask for help and they say, even me, I learned the hard way. You will learn. Find your own true north. My gosh, and you wonder, they've just come to the organization, they need help, you're not helping them. Or even if they have been there and they've been given a special project and you're the one, they come to you and whatever. Do you believe in the organization and the company? When you applied for that job and you got it and you were excited, you said, oh, okay, but you went there. This is not what I signed up for. So in employee engagement, these big ticket items are really what you feel. Would you go the extra mile? You remember where my friend would come and say that they could not get people to use their own personal gadgets to go to do the extra mile for the organization. You facilitate me, I will do so. You get what I mean? So anybody feeling that all these things happen in the organization? Are there some that are lacking? Are there some that are even more in the organization? Engagement is the energy, the passion that the employees have for the employer. It's a very good quote. I want to look about being indispensable in the organization. I'll look for it as we go along. Do we feel that this is what we are at? If not, then we will have some work to do, and we will look at ways of how we can do that. Yeah. So the 10 C's of employee engagement, we can see them there. A connection, you know that your career is going to grow. There's a lot of clarity not just for your work, but clarity for the things that you really must do. And there's clarity for the business. There's clarity in the strategy that we are doing. There's you convey that message from there, from the top, you are able to contribute and really contribute well. Yani, the term collaboration has been overused and reused, and almost every other sentence that is coming up now from businesses is that we need to collaborate. We need to do more. We need to collaborate also with our competitors. We need to show up and make sure that we are having that connection. In fact, when they were telling us to go back to the office, is because one of our key values, and for the longest time, is collaboration. You know, collaborating, making sure that we are talking together, we are understanding what the other person is doing, and we are checking what needs to be done. So that's really important. And it's the new, almost the new word in town around our businesses. Are we confident in what we are doing? Confident about the business, confident about our own self, confident about our colleagues, confident about our balance sheet, confident about the products that we have, everything that really centers around the business. We have that confidence and we have presence of what it is. Why do great brands where you say, well, those ones have confidence to face the market? As guys, we really have to think about when we launch our products in the market, we'll know that they will be, we need to push them a little bit more. But there are some organizations who will just unveil a product and its uptake is amazing, and they can't even maybe sustain the orders or the services and stuff like that. So are you able to see internally where is your confidence level in totality as individuals and as the business? How credible are we as individuals and the business? How much control do we have for the business and for the people? How much concrete do we have for the people and for the business? Anyone who would like to contribute about connection in your business? How are you connecting? Where is your connection? You can pick any. Control. Congregate. Control, credibility. 10, the 10 C's of employee engagement. This is easy. You just go and make within your business. You say, how do we want to connect with each other, you know, and stuff like that. Where are people's career? Where is our career progression? How are people working in this organization? What kind of trainings? Anyone that is winning in all these 10, or you're winning in some and you are struggling in others, or you've picked one and you've run with it? Anyone who would like to, because we are doing these things, maybe we just call them differently in our organizations. Anyone who would like to share?
Catherine?
Yeah.
Let me just mention something on career.
Yeah.
And congratulate.
Yeah.
On career at our workplace, we do it from two perspectives. The first perspective is we really emphasize or encourage staff to enhance their careers, and when we onboard them, that is at the induction stage, we really encourage them to go to school, and because we do not have a kitty to finance them to go to school, we give them time off and study leaves to go and further their studies. So when they are having exams, when they are defending their thesis or projects, and when they need time to go to class, maybe it's a physical class, when they have online classes, we give them that time, as long as they just communicate to the HR office, and we offer that. And also when we develop proposals, we ensure we've made deliberate effort to factor in training and development budgets, so that we do trainings for them, just to enhance them, to be able to manage the changing times. So on career, that is what we do, and it has really helped. When somebody comes in and they will support me to further my career, then they take it positively. And on congratulate is when we do our performance appraisals, and our performance appraisals, we really tell them, when you score 80% and above, we reward them. We reward them, giving them a certificate of appreciation, and end of year, if there's a package that we give them, we do that where finances allow. And it really motivates, because the next year somebody wants to emerge, get 80 and above, and they know that the employer or the institution recognizes good performance. So I would say that those two things. Thank you.
Fantastic. So if I don't get 80%, Kwisha Mimi, no recognition, no bonus, no nothing. So it means that everybody is an 80% performer.
No, not really. Of course, there are people who get below 80, but we don't tell them that you are a poor performer or that kind of thing. We encourage them that this is good work, but let's aim higher.
Okay. So there is no monetary reward for anybody below 80.
Below 80, no monetary reward. But we, at the end of the year, we normally do like a team building, or we take staff out and just tell them that you did so good. But now we are going to reward 80 and above. So the next time it's like we are all in a race. But we don't tell them that because you got 70, we are unhappy with you. No.
Yeah, not okay. Of course, not unhappy, but
we cannot all get 80, you know. There are challenges, and we also, we look at the background where you've come from. Like now for the COVID, there were so many challenges. So we really appreciate that there were challenges. Maybe that's why we couldn't perform so well. But there are, in any race, there's always a number one. We cannot all be number one, but we keep encouraging the team that let's aim higher.
Wow, fantastic! Congratulate. Okay, someone else who does things differently. Thank you, Susan, for sharing that.
Okay, I hope this time you hear me.
Yeah.
I'm actually traveling, so I'm connecting from a vehicle. So that is why I have a fluctuating internet now. For us, we
lost her. We lost her. She'll come back. Yeah.
I can take the C for congratulations. We have done. We do an employee of. Oh my! Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I'm saying.
Oh, your internet is not too.
We do employee. We reward the employee of the month. Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. You reward employee of the month. I see when I go to organizations, I see employee of the month, employee of the year over there and stuff like that. I hope one of the things I keep on saying is that we really must have a clear criteria as to how I have been selected to be the employee of the month, because people can start poking holes and saying, but the criteria is not does not favor everybody. You get what I mean? So those are some of the things that we need to be extremely careful about, because they can start in a subtle way, start destabilizing our employee engagement initiatives. You know, if we are not listening to those, even if we have a very good initiative, and people do not understand the criteria or the process, people will start complaining in the background. So please make sure that whatever criteria for your rewards, people understand it. It is transparent. It is fair.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. So, and then the other one is that we connect with them, that we celebrate birthdays on a monthly basis. We I work for a manufacturing industry where we print labels of printing. So every month we give we print a birthday card, which is fixed on the shop floor, and Then it is sent via email, an e-card every month, and we buy a cake on the first Wednesday of every month to celebrate the birthdays. And then if you are the employee of the month, you have a day to shake hand with the CEO, where he just says, well done and keep it up. So, you know, he's hardly available on the shop floor. So when you are appointed as the employee of the month, then we call the CEO to come and just shake your hand and then maybe reward you. Then again, there is the performance per month, where if we have met a target, then we reward our employees again, where we give them maybe a shopping voucher for about 500 shillings per employee.
Wow.
When they have surpassed.
Wow. Well done. Yeah. They actually feel rewarded, even if it is 500. You know, I'll go home with unga and scurry. I think it's really nice around how we reward people. Sometimes it's not the big amount of monies and stuff like that. And me being the cheeky Catherine, when that person of the employee of the month, when the CEO is coming, even me there, where I'm shaking my hand with him, Mwambia, you know, just out of it, you know, I will also extend my hand. You are not just going to greet Susan. Even me, I'm here, greet my hand, you know, stuff like that. So I understand, and I'm sure maybe when he comes, he will encourage people. All of you maybe will have a meeting or whatever, just to see the CEO. Sometimes CEOs are busy, so we need to recognize that again, we should not also make sure, we should not look at it as if the CEO is not reachable. You know, whether you are the owner of the company or not, the CEO is also an employee who should be as accessible as possible. In fact, the CEO, if it was not for how busy they are, they should be the most accessible people in the organization. What I have told the CEO, come to the people, let not the people come to you. Come all the time. When you get a moment, you know, sit with the people in the hot desking spaces and stuff like that. Let's feel the connection. Let's feel that, or whatever, so that people don't look at you and cut the corner. When they see you on the corridor, they are thinking, okay, fine, the CEO is coming. I can't get into the same lift with them. There's no engagement. I tell the CEO, when people are not coming to you, you know, and even wanting to play football with you, and our CEO is a very competitive person, very sporty, very competitive, never wants to lose and whatever like that. So people feel that whatever, let's do this, you know, let's play a game of chess and over something like that. So things that demystify the office. When you demystify the office, you also demystify the person. You know, and there's that better engagement. When we start engagement from the top and people start feeling that there's that connection, people really feel happy about it. So even the people from at the top who really are extremely busy, everybody is busy, but let them come to the level of whatever. I like that they can come to the shop floor and really shake people's hands. I'll be there every month. And you like shaking my hand? Yes, I like to shake the CEO's hand and something like that. Someone else who does things differently? Very
Catherine.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I don't know whether there's somebody else who was going ahead.
No, go ahead, Jen.
I want to take this differently.
Yeah.
What we are not doing very well right now.
Yeah.
Like I told you, we're going through transformation, and it's global, it's worldwide. Wow. And we are doing it, you know, you can't do it all at once. So you're going teams by teams basis or strategic business units basis.
Yeah.
So what I think we are not doing very well right now, and we're really trying, is just convincing people that they have a future and a career in the organization. So as much as we want, we might not be able to maintain the same 12,000 staff worldwide. And we really are reducing a big number, because I think we have to go down all the way to about 8,000 staff. So that's not a mean feat. So we're not doing very well in that area, and that's what's affecting our engagement. I think I mentioned it when I was starting in the meeting before. I just want to learn how we can make people still engaged while undergoing a transformation. Yeah, you don't know whether you're going to be here in the next 6 months. You don't know whether you're going to be here in the next 1 year. How do I still keep you engaged? So we are not doing very well in that front. We are trying, and I think we're making it very clear what the models are going to look like. For the first time, I think the changes are being done very well because there's a lot of participation for countries to bring forward their strengths so that we can continue with the strengths in those areas. But being an international government-led organization, there's what also the government wants you to concentrate on. So that means there's some people who are going to fall on the wayside. So for me, we're not doing very well in the career aspect right now. And like I said, I really just want to know how people can get engaged while still going through these turbulent times.
And they don't know whether the axe will fall on them.
True. True.
Yeah. Jane, I feel you. We need to discuss actually maybe we see the how we can engage people, but how can we engage people who are going through a transition? What's the best? We've communicated, we've laid it bare and say, unfortunately, 4,000 people have to go home. That's a big number. We don't know who. We are still aligning the businesses, models. We have shared that out. And a clever person might just look and say, I don't see myself fitting here. With this kind of business model, I think also people need to be true to themselves and say, I don't see myself fitting here. Can I perhaps open up a conversation with my manager and with HR and say, help me look out? Are people brave enough and to say that I need, and maybe Jen, you've put those programs together of knowing that even your critical positions, which are held by people with high technical expertise and stuff like that, you're afraid of losing them as a business as well, because they don't know whether they are staying or not. And the kind of resignation, they are coming in quick and fast. I see that could be one of the things. But how do we make sure that it's business as usual and people are completely engaged during a transition that is long-term? We are saying we are doing it in phases. What can we do to keep people engaged? And people are human beings. I don't know whether it's here. So half the time I'm on the internet looking for jobs, I am taking time off to go for interviews. I am looking there doing the bare minimum. I'm just thinking, where are we at? What can we do to bring people to accept that we're in a transition? We've already communicated that. We've painted the picture of now and the future. We don't know who's going home. It's department by department, but we still need to keep up productivity. I don't know, Jane, I'm just thinking, what can I do? What kind of conversations can I have with my team? Every day I say, we're in the same boat, guys. Let's do the best. Let's finish strong. We are talking, we're having those conversations. What more can I do to reassure people that I'm also feeling the pressure? I feel you're concerned. I'm empathetic. As a line manager, how can we support people during the transition phase? Maybe give them more time. Ask people that if you are looking out, let me know. How can I support you with your interview? Prepping for your interview? I think that would be nice. But you're thinking, this is my critical person, they should not be leaving. Can I ask people to help them with writing of their CVs? Can I network? If I know Jane has a vacancy and they've applied, can I ask that you consider shortlisting them because I know that they are good for that position? What else can I do from a support point of view so that we keep the engagement without telling people, well, start looking for the job, I will help you. That is one thing, but also internally to make sure that people are showing up with a smile and the energy. You can feel energy is going down, isn't it? In an organization, you can feel them of like what we said, our colleagues said here in the manufacturing, government, essential services. How do we make sure that that is going on? Who can help?
You hit the nail on the head. We are trying all that. We have our global CEO having webinars every so often. We've never seen him so present like we have. We are doing all those things of recruitment, interviewing well, doing everything when it gets to the departments that are going through change. But still, the engagement is not there. You can feel it. The very good ones, like you said, and that's the worry, they are jumping ship. And they're critical talent that you don't want to lose. And to be able to replace them because the work must go on, you also cannot replace long term. So you're advertising for positions for a year only, because I don't know, the model might change. We haven't reached that department yet. So again, even attracting becomes an issue.
Yeah.
So I'm all open just to hear. We've tried very many things and we're still trying. I hope they will help an inkling, but any other ideas would be useful.
Yeah. A good brand that you think I should get 1,000 applicants, nobody. 1 year, I leave my job I have a permanent job here. I've always wanted to work for this brand just because of what they do for people. I believe in the work and stuff like that. But it's 1 year. I call Jane and I tell Jane, no, I know. Even when Jane calls me and tells me there's a job, headhunting me, and I say, no, not for 1 year. I a bit unstable because I need stability. What can we do during a transition phase like that is very real? Apart from what we know, and how much more can we innovate around a structured yet a very not knowing what is there in the future will bring? What else can we do? A real good case study we have here. Anyone? Susan? Veronica? Just picking names that are here on the panel.
I think you can, I think people are affected differently by such news. And an example is I worked at a place once, and we decided that it would be good to give people an opportunity to get retirement training early enough so that when they get to retirement, then they're well prepared. So it's not the year they're going on retirement. Sorry. We decided to engage a trainer, 5 years, 3 years, and 1 year. A gentleman was retiring within 5 years, panicked, and started saying, you want to fire me? Why are you getting rid of me? And left. So what I learned from that experience is that there are people who appreciated that and saw it for what it was, and others panicked. And I think if you're in a position to engage possibly a counselor for the specific cases, people who struggle with that kind of news, it may not help everybody, but it might probably help a few people.
Exactly. Thanks, Tuta. I think that's really a good a practical experience. People take things very differently. I remember I went to one organization, brand new HR. Oh my gosh, I can't be HR in my next lifetime. I keep saying this, it's too hard work, very emotional training, and who looks after HR? I went to the organization. They had given me the brief, a good organization to work for. And they wanted to retrench 630 people. 630 people, and here I am, everybody looking at me either as the savior or the breaker. You get what I mean? It was done very well. The brief communication strategy, everything, and it had been said for a long time because they were selling one arm of the business, and even if we had actually sold that arm of the business was going to buy, the new business was not going to absorb everybody. They also say, well, I'll take some people and might not leave some people. The emotions were very different. And that was a first big one for me. And letting 630 people know, and knowing Africans, how we work. You have 10 people looking after you, looking up to you. In the value chain, your auntie, your uncle there calls you once in a while, and because you love him, you send him some money, and stuff like that. So we know the dependency of an African setup. But that said, is that between people's emotions were very different. There were ones who are extremely affected because work defines people who they are. I'm sure you have saved people in your phone as Catherine of ACHRP, for example. Let's say we work for this company, ACHRP. You get what I mean? You define people by sometimes where they work, and work defines people a lot. Then there were people who actually even threatened me. You can't do this to me. You'll not be in a good place and stuff like that. And you're wondering, okay, fine. This and anonymous emails coming in and all that kind of stuff. So, of course, staff engagement was at the very lowest, even with all the communication and good intention. So engaging an external person just for people to hear that there's something different around, even if I was the one to be affected and which we do not know, how are we going to do this? We are trying, all of us, bringing someone with a very different perspective of what it is, because they have nothing to lose. They want the best to communicate in the most authentic and straight way. That is one thing. And then also experiencing people's emotions very, very individually is also something that I learned. Catherine is a donkey. Inakuja, okay, sasa mi nitafanya nini? Is my money being calculated properly? Calculated. There'll be another donkey. Anyway, I've never wanted to work for this company. I just worked here because, well, it's time for us to go. I will go right now. And there's someone else who is saying, no, I can't go. You can't let me go. Let everybody go. Me even redesign my job, and just even if I'm the janitor, I'm okay. I can't go. So it's important to understand where everybody is in this transition phase. Of course, you can't, it's 12,000 people. It's a big number. How about breaking it down to small little groups of the leader is the one who is taking up that, and the very dire cases are coming to HR to be able to support. Engaging an external person also helps in this transition period. But the big question again comes back to what we are discussing. Now, how are we going to continue working and making sure that it's business as usual? That's the big elephant in the room. We've done all that. And how are we going to make sure that people are delivering real good work with joy? At the coffee pot, everybody's saying, okay, fine, things are happening, but how are we going, all of us together? I think it's constant communication. We cannot underestimate that. Asking people how they are feeling today, making sure that we are checking on their work from time to time, and also calling out if they are dropping balls. Unfortunately, that's the truth of the matter, because we are still paying you, we're still giving you all the benefits, but we can't also let you not do what is expected of you. I think we can't lose foresight of the fact that if you're dropping balls and you're not doing what is expected, we will not call you out because we are thinking, oh, it's already so fragile. We can't, this baby is breaking and this baby is already so broken. We need to also have that tough love to a certain extent. That's what I also believe. To a certain extent, we must be able to do that. And also to balance. I think that's the balance that we are trying to figure out how to do so. So I will also welcome Madam thoughts around what we can do. And I'm sure maybe Jane, you've done some of these things that we are talking about.
Maybe I can ask a question to both you and Jane.
Yeah.
I don't know how practical this is, or if it's even reasonable.
Yeah.
But is it possible, the people who you're for sure definitely keeping?
Yeah.
And I know that the risk is that can you tell them you're not leaving? We are sure that you're keeping. We are still working with the numbers and the departments and the people. I know the risk is then they go telling other people, okay, I'm safe, and everybody else panics. But I've been in that kind of situation where we retrenched, I think after, it was the 2007, the post-election thing, and business was really low and we had to retrench. I did know that I had either panicked or looked that I had, and I was a HR manager. But then I got a director who called me and told me, let's go and have lunch. And said, you're not leaving. I know we need to tell you this so that you can relax and focus. And I know in many organizations, HR retrenches and then you're told you're also leaving because we need to cut costs and we need to get somebody cheaper. Some organizations do that. But that in itself calmed me down enough to continue being fully engaged. But then there are also, I don't know, maybe levels where you don't know who to tell that. Is it possible to tell people at the 100 of you individually, you're telling them, we're definitely keeping this position or this person and that kind of thing? And how practical it is? It's a question. I don't know. I don't know how possible it is.
Very, very well put. Yeah. If I tell I'm selective, I'm being discriminative. I know this is a position that I would like to keep and it's being kept in the business. I tell you, again, let me tell you, it boils down on your culture. If we have an open culture where we come and say, we are going to announce the positions, not the people, the positions that for sure we are going to keep. We are going to keep A, B, we are going to keep our critical positions are definitely going to be kept in the business. And unfortunately, the ones that are going to fall off from the business is this, and this, and that. And people will also say, oh, okay, we've always known these are the critical positions and critical positions are held by people. So it means that Catherine, Susan, Jane, and Helen, I'm talking about the people on the panel again, allow me, is that, they are sure bets, their jobs are going to stay. Now we form two, it's so intricate, it is so difficult, I can tell you, and that's the time you just wish, why am I the one doing this and being driving this initiative and this difficult situation that we are in the organization? So it's not right, but I believe that if you have a good culture, you can be able to communicate that and say, whilst this is a difficult decision that we are making as a business, and we know that these critical positions are already occupied by X, Y, Z, these other positions, we are going to reorganize. And if we had 2 PAs, we only need 1 PA. It means that the jobs are going to be up for grabs and we are going to interview people. Will people also agree to that? Will people welcome those kind of discussions? I think those are welcome discussions because you're also trying to make sure that you're fitting your reorganization exercise within the labor laws of the country that you are operating in. Remember that there is also the balance of making sure that you are following the processes and you will not end up being in the labor courts. As much as you had, and I think that is nice for the director to call you and say, your job is staying. And you've got more resemblance of saying, let me now be very objective around that. I think it was the right thing because you are the driver in that seat, and it also gave you, and that you would have kept that confidential in confidence, and you were not going to say, hey, guess what? I am staying. I am safe. I am good. The rest of you, I don't know your fate. I'm actually going to work on the ones I don't like and let go. Good strategy. Would it work in an organization that has a culture that is right? Yes. Would it work in a culture that is erosive, bad, people don't, whatever? It won't work. Your engagement levels will go definitely down. Someone else? Good strategy, it worked. I was in a place where I was retrenched once. I've been retrenched. I should write a book. Anyway, so my retrenchment, we knew it was a fair retrenchment. Everything went, oh my God. So, but who expects HR to be retrenched? But they were very fair. They said, Catherine, this is difficult conversation that we are going to have. And we are going to have this conversation because we are going to go into a shared services way of working, reorganization again. And we know that we need to have this candid conversation. And again, it depends on the kind of person that you are. If they know that they can call you and have this conversation in a very rational way, they already gauge people. People, you know who can take kind of news for us to work together. So we said, all of us are going home, but we know that this position will go home. Your position will go home, but you must carry out the engagement. And they gave me an opportunity. Do you want to be driving the retrenchment process? And we will want to hear from you, or do you want to go first and you leave us doing it? And I went and asked my coach, my mentors. I said, what is best for me? You know, how would I want to finish this exercise? And at that time, when we said, I want to work with a consultant for me to be able to do this and for us to be able to make sure that this is correct, the same consultant, when I got my letter, got my final dues, the following day, they placed me in a job. Maybe just different. They placed me in another job because they could. We had worked with them. They were one of the big HR firms for consulting and stuff like that. So during that time, they said, "Don't worry, Catherine. We have your back. I'm looking out for opportunities," and an opportunity just presented itself like 2 months later. So that was engagement as an all-time low. Yes, it was. Did I make sure that we tried as much as we could, even without communication, telling people it's never that serious? And when it was announced that also my job was on the line, people were just like, oh, even you know, it's almost calling everybody to the pity party, the ones who are going and say, let's celebrate. No, you know, it's the people who are being left that we need to take care of as much as we can. Difficult conversations. Let's continue with them. Anyone? Thank you for that. Anyone who would like to add on to what we can help Jane with a new fresh look? Jane, are you taking some good points away from this?
Yes, yes, I am. And just to put it out there, as you go team by team, being an international organization, when you look at a team, you look at the entire global team. So you're not just looking at a team in Kenya or a team in Africa. So when we start with one team, you look from the top to the very bottom, whether at the headquarters abroad or in overseas in our region. So what happens is when the model has been agreed finally, everybody can look and see where they are. So if you see my job written there, I know I'm safe. But the good thing about the transformation, it also comes with some jobs falling off, some others having to be ring-fenced because we had 10 people, we only need 5. And other places where a new role or some new roles are coming up in that same model. So it means people can't just say, oh, I'm not there, I'm going. You don't really know you're going because you can apply for the new ones that are coming on, or apply for where you've been ring-fenced, where you are 10 people and only 5 are being left. So I think for me, it's those ones who know that they are, in fact, they're not called you're going home, you're told you're at risk. So the at-risk people, because you can still apply for a job and get it, is where now the engagement level is an issue.
I know pockets of disengagement, and those 5. How can we make it easier then, Jane, around quickly interviewing those 10 people applying for that job? Some people will not apply; they'll just wait to get their package and go. There are some people who are reaching retirement age. You know those ones. Have you given them the first opportunity to go and share the experiences and say, well, I'm leaving and I've decided to go, guys, and whatever. Give opportunity for people who have decided to go and say, why am I going? Create a good story and a good buzz around it. I am leaving to give opportunity to this organization for people who have a longer career journey to go into. You know, we've got those kind of programs. You know, I'm leaving. I know I would have worked another 3 years, but when I look at what this organization has done for me, I believe that this is the right place to help this reorganization of this organization. You could have champions around people who are leaving and say, even the people whose jobs are being recaged and being reinvested and being redesigned, you still got a good opportunity to compete competitively. It's going to be fair. I've always felt that this is a fair organization. I mean, in fact, one of maybe even the person who's saying this as your champion is one of those 10 people who we only need 5, but say now I'm out of the race, so we've got 9, and I believe anybody who would apply, or the one who gets, and the 4 who will be let go. What does it look out for us? How are we going to whatever? The organization has done this. You know, you're selling the organization at that time. I have seen the organization really doing this, and we believe it's fair. And have a good story around this whole retrenchment or at risk. I like that word, and have champions around it. Let people know that this is how I feel. This is what some of the good things I have picked around this at risk. We need this brand to continue working. They work very well outside there in the society. This is it. Have a story. Jane, you guys have I'm sure maybe I'm just saying, and you're thinking, I have done all that and you've done that. That story must be told every day, and not just the CEO. The CEO has enough of that. Get someone else to tell the story after the CEO opens and say, we've got a champion, and this is the champion who's going to move that. Will that work?
Yeah, I think it will work. We've had those who've also just applied for voluntary retirement or voluntary exit. Yeah. And sadly, the people who are applying for voluntary exit are the stars that you don't want them to leave.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So yeah, but anyway, those are good suggestions, and I really thank you. I thank you for that. I really thank you for that.
Yeah. Anybody else would like to add on to what you've done in the past to make sure that employee engagement is at its all-time high in a time of transition? Anybody else who would like to share?
Catherine?
Yeah.
Maybe to add on what my colleagues have talked about, in 2018, the funding partners gave us money that the money that we used in 3 years, they told us to use them in 5 years. So that was a polite way of telling us, figure out.
Wow.
So basically, we had to lay off half of the workforce. And what Jen is talking about was really practical here. We had to send home half of the workforce. And what we did, we did the counseling, of which one of us have mentioned, counseling of the entire team, because also we didn't want to go the direction of like picking others and telling them you're staying and you're going.
Susan,
so we did counseling for the entire team, and the positions that were going to be retained, the positions that we were going to retain, we did internal advertisement, giving an opportunity to the current team. We did not like open it up. So we engaged an external person just to come up with an advert, and we got applications. So at that point, there are people who said, I think I'm going to retire, early retirement. So a number started reducing. Then when we advertised, we got applications for those who wanted to give it a try. And we did the recruitment, which was also done externally. None of us sat in it, and they were taken through that. And just we were trying to when we sit in the panel, there's that notion that somebody would say, already mulikuwa na watu, that kind of thing. So we wanted to be really, really fair and give everybody a leveled ground. So the interviews were done, and we got the number that we needed, and automatically those who did not succeed, they had to leave. Yeah, so that is, and then going for employment, there's the bit of duration. We are really specific because these are donor-funded projects. If it's 3 years, if it's 1 year, we are very specific that your contract expires on this, and 1 month to that, we do a notice. So at the beginning, it is very clear in the mind of employees that my contract is 3 years, and it's going to expire on this. And I think maybe this wouldn't work for Jane because it's a government, and maybe it's a contract that is it has no end in Baka retirement. So maybe that one wouldn't work for us who are donor funded. They are very specific, 3 years, 1 year, and that kind of thing. So that is how we went about that, Jane. And I would say it's 90% worked. Of course, there are people who are breadwinners and they had to leave, but the counseling and that kind of thing really helped.
Yeah,
that's really
great.
interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Great. So it's a combination of everything. Your culture, how you actually mainstream things in your organization, the kind of communication that you're going to give to the people when you're going through transition. But I believe the best thing is that open communication, you'd rather over communicate than under communicate. And people now start figuring out their own communication at the grapevine talk, at the coffee pot. This is what they say, this is what I had, this is what's going to happen. But when we are very clear from the upfront that this is what's going to happen, and we know that it's going to affect some of us, and we would want to keep it as business as usual, and we say that we are all in this together, I think you get better traction around work and performance compared to when everything is shrouded in mystery and you don't want to communicate. I think those are days that are gone. We've got better ways to manage. We've got experts to come and help us also, just to make sure that is being done. But also, let's not take up the brave thought of saying, Catherine, you're not doing what is expected. You still have a job, and we still expect you to deliver. In this area, we see that things are not being done the way they should, and we know that you have the capability and you've done it in the past. What is happening now? And have that kind of discussion at that level. I think the worst thing that you would want to do to have another layer of administrative work as HR during a transition is to ask people to put someone on PIP. You already have so much work. Tell them, do me the favor. Let us not get to that place. We know that it's difficult. It's difficult for all of us, and show them that you're also involved and you empathize and you want the best for everybody. So yeah, difficult. It's never a straight line, unfortunately. You just have to build the blocks as you go along, and those blocks, you would hope that everybody is going to understand and to plug into them and to see, well, that we are being supported. And not everybody might agree to them, but that is the truth of the matter. We can continue. So thank you for that good contribution. We want also just to see the three. When you look at this diagram, it gives you the proposed 3 C's of engagement. Just referencing what we have seen. We have seen in the previous slide, where we saw the 10 C's of engagement, and some of you have already alluded that you're doing stuff in that area and it's working well. So what the 3, you can compress this, the proposed 3 C's of engagement, the career, the people are always very keen. But people are always asking, especially when you're starting off in your career, how is my career going to grow in this organization? What will you be doing for me as we move along and stuff like that? What kind of competencies are you going to be looking out for for me to be able to grow my career and to be able to fit in? And what kind of duty of care is the organization going to give for me? So when you think about that emotional attachment for people, do these three big pillars really talk about, do you have these three big pillars in your organization? Career, job promotions, new significant assignments, ease in making decisions, delegating authority. People want to feel that my profession, my career, I've worked so hard for it, and it's being rewarded in this organization, and it is fair, and I can feel it, and I can see it, and everybody can see for themselves. You know, you want to be in that top tier of the people who are being assigned things when projects come and stuff like that. We know that it's out here in the public domain that when Safaricom went out to Ethiopia, when they won the big tender, I think it was a big win. Everybody felt that it's a Kenya win when Safaricom won the tender to be the second service provider in Ethiopia. Staff were seconded there, you know, and you could see, I got 3 friends who are seconded, and they were just like, what? You know, my career is growing and I'm very happy, I'm excited. And I asked them, so how was this done? They said there was a clear criteria of the selection process. And in fact, the first, when these discussions were being held, the first discussions were, an email was sent, and we are going into a new frontier. Who would like to go? You know, and who would like to go, even when you put in your name that you would like to go, these are the terms and conditions. And after that, the terms and conditions, this, even when you put in your name, there's still going to be a selection criteria because there could be an oversubscription. So there was a lot of excitement, you know. Did it grow engagement? Maybe in terms of engagement index, did it grow? I think it could have, in my opinion, if we got that kind of email, you know, small things. And the thing about engagement is that sometimes we'll be an all-time low, and sometimes we are on all-time high, but you want to maintain a momentum of when people say, can I buy this company? Without a heartbeat, they say yes. Is it perfect? No, it is not perfect, but people listen. That's the level that you want to get into. When you've paid a bonus to people in December, it's the worst time to try and send out an engagement survey questionnaire, because everybody will be happy. Yes, I got a bonus, everything is okay, we got a salary increment. Send when things are, when you're going through a dip, or just when things are at plateau. That's the time you really get to hear where you are in terms of that. So we are saying that there are good times to send out the questionnaires, there are good times not to send out the questionnaires, and you need to find the balance in terms of that. Competency, many employees grow, make employees to grow, shine in their career, learn new things, make them strive for continuous improvement. Do you do that? Do you stretch people in a way? Do you have coaching in your organization? Do you coach deliberately for people to feel that they can sustain their careers, they can sustain their jobs, they're empowered to do what it is, because there is a connection in terms of that? I came in with this skill, I came in these skills, but I didn't have these skills, and the organization has helped me gain these new skills. So I'm a better placed individual, and I'm more competitive in the business, because then I'm continuously improving in the areas and in the business that we have. When you have new jobs in the organization, and how do you create new jobs? Do you have skills because you have continuously built competencies and skills in the organization, or people have to come outside there to be able to do that for you? A new skill, there's a lot about the gig economy. There's a lot about now the people who run your social media pages and stuff. Did you have to look for someone outside there to come? Or were you building these competencies slowly by slowly? And one day you say, Allah, this person is very good at it. we've built them, and sometimes you just building them out of maybe giving people the interest, or people have interest or stuff like that, or people are saying, oh, I can push this, I know how to do it, and deliberately saying the next, because we see this coming up as a key skill in the organization, a key position, we want to take you for training. So preempt, as HR, preempt jobs that we'll need in the future, unfortunately. And don't tell me that, Catherine, we are not magicians. Unfortunately, in HR, sometimes you have to think like a magician. How the future is going to be for your business, what kind of skills you will need, and start getting them ready for that. And employee engagement, and we are saying we are all in this together. Be in the heart of the business for you to understand what the business talk is around the table, what products are being discussed, what new developments that are going to take place in this organization. Then you tell people, we are discussing about this new product. We need a rocket scientist, but we don't have that skill. Either we start getting people trained, or you know that we'll have to look outside. So be in the heart of the business, understand what is happening for you to be able to build those competencies and skills in the organization, and make sure that you have competence pillars for each position, especially at middle management and going up, that you have all those pillars in place. Then the care, that is now the heartbeat, and know people, know who likes to be affirmed. Some people will just want affirmation. In the town hall meeting, when you call out Catherine's name, she's smiling from ear to ear. When you call Susan is just laid back. Okay, fine, you recognize me. You'd rather give me money. When you give Susan money, she calls us all for coffee. If you give Catherine money, okay, I would have been recognized at the town hall meeting. I love to shine, I love to be seen. So also know how people like to be recognized in the organization. Of course, there are some things which are tangible, like money. You can't, if all of us like to be recognized with money, but we can't afford it, we must look for those little sweeteners that really make people tick and glee from ear to ear. So insist on a work-life balance. Did you insist on that, especially during the pandemic? Are you insisting on it now during a transition, a big transition in the organization? Are you insisting on a work-life balance when things are really good in your organization? You feel you are cruising at the same level, you're in a good place, you have to insist. Increase relationships by face-to-face communication, entertaining and fun with regular intervals. That cannot be that duty of care, of connection with your colleagues, is how we get to know that we are properly engaged. And you can see during a team building, team building watu tu wanakuangalia hivi, even with another external whatever, people are not engaged. Another way of just looking at the engagement level, people are always dragging their feet to come for the meeting. People are always dragging. But when it's home time, people have taken their bags. It's as if they are leaving prison, and going. But when they are coming in the morning, they are always dragging their feet. You don't need external people sometimes to come and find out and give you the report. Even you, in your own subtle way, your own wisdom and your own ability to know that what engagement is all about. Stand at the reception, just not there like a police, but just look levels of engagement, how people are doing things, the vibe in the whatever, the vibe in the cafeteria, in the coffee room, in the breakaway rooms. You can see whether people are totally engaged. If a manager goes into a room, does everybody keep quiet? There'll be levels of engagement that you can read in a very subtle way. And this is the one. These ones these ones are tangible. You can be able to reference on them. But this one is what really you need to take care of for people to be fully engaged. Any reaction? Any experience around care? The connection? Learning everybody in the organization what they want. Well, you can say, well, we are so many people, everybody should learn themselves, or little teams should learn themselves. You should know, majority of my people like to be engaged like this. It is your responsibility as management to know how your people like to be engaged. Majority of our people they've got this kind of temperament. Majority of our people have this kind of personality. So you start balancing and looking at how best to engage them. Anybody who have done those kind of surveys? Anybody? You'll get better levels of engagement. Anyone would like to share? Okay, I can do that as well. Yes.
Thank you for that, Catherine. And I really want to agree with you. And there's a quote by somebody called Sir Richard Branson. And it says, train people well enough so they can live. Treat them well enough so they don't have to. I think basically what he's saying is you can do all these things, but if you don't care for your workforce, they will go. So I think it is the core. And for us, if I would rate my organization in these three, I would say the care bit, the care bit, and we will score highly than these others. And it has really, it makes staff feel their home. And what we really focus on the care bit, we ensure that as much as we want them to deliver and build the organization, we also ensure that they are also building themselves, and we are also caring about their what they are going through. And we've made sure that we strengthen the welfare bit of it. And when somebody is bereaved, we give them, we have a compassionate leave for them. When somebody is celebrating, we join with them. And the CEO is at the forefront in this. Weddings, funerals, and we do baby showers. And our CEO is a man, but our CEO never misses baby showers for staff.
Whoa.
And this one, Catherine, this one we are at 95% without bragging. Our CEO, you will, when you walk into our institution, you will never know our CEO because he mingles, you walk into his office, so the care bits, I would say, Catherine, this is some, if we don't do this, if you don't care for your workforce, forget. If you care for them, these others will automatically feed in. Thank you, Catherine.
Oh, well done, Susan. So do you have a position? I come on Monday. I'm ready to come.
I will contact you. You can be sure if there is one. and also maybe the background. This is a church institution. It's an ungovernmental organization working for the church. So the that kind of scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're walking your talk. Yeah, it's very enlightening. It's very joyful just to hear the level of care that you have in your organization, and everybody being able to plug in. If the CEO is that approachable, and I believe maybe that is also his nature, that he's a very endearing person and whatever. The thing is that when you employ people at senior management, one of the core of the, I have learned, the core of the interview should be about people. Because even if they're the CFO and they can crunch the numbers and hedge the money the way it should be done, if they are not connecting with people at that level, they have no other business. They'll employ people who will do the work, and good people will at it. But the people who we engage at top leadership level must be so connected with people and must love working with people. And if they don't, because of their personality, you can say, oh, me, I'm not a people person, I struggle, but I'm not bad. I'm just, people have to understand who I am. You must take them for coaching, and you must always drill into them that it's all about people. And you will not be successful CEO if you're not working with people. How about that narrative? We want you to be successful. And for you to be successful, you must show up and show that you care about people. If you have to pretend, so pretend for a while. Once you start pretending for too long, it becomes your second nature. That's what I keep on telling people as I coach and do whatever, that you must. People are the ones who make you successful, and you must be as authentic and you must be as natural as you can be around wanting to be around people and listening to people and getting feedback from people, because that's the only way we will be able to raise our engagement levels. If we raise our engagement levels, you can be sure that you can sit in the Maldives like this under the mango trees and just whistle away, because your people are doing. If you can't leave your business for a week or 6 months and know that it's going to work, there's a big problem. Whether you are the owner of the business or whether you are the CEO and you have to go for an extended leave and the board is thinking, how is it going to be? The people are thinking, oh, how is it going to be? There's a big problem. Everybody should feel indispensable, that's the quote, for the organization. Everybody should feel indispensable for the organization. And that's where true engagement, whatever, I should feel that whatever. It's not to say that you will not lose good talent and good people, but where are you losing them? You are losing them knowing that they feel, well, Catherine, by the time they're coming to have that conversation with you that I want to leave, they're feeling, no, I don't want to leave, but I have to leave. And I'm sure you've had those kind of engagements with people. Okay, anybody would like to add something? Every employee should feel indispensable for the organization. If you don't take anything away from today, that's my favorite quote around employee engagement. Next, okay, anybody else would like to share something? Around care. What are you doing? Does the CEO come for the baby shower in the organization, or even has never heard of things like that? Anyone?
Hi, Catherine. I want to echo the lady who said, if you walked into an organization, you would never tell who is who. First, you have hot desking, so you don't know where the CEO is sitting. You don't know where the senior managers are. You don't know the international employees.
Yeah.
You know, so you can't tell who is who. And then everybody is talking with anybody. So there's no those, I think there's some hierarchical organizations where even people are fearing to go and talk, I don't know to who. They're just whispers, you know. You're not seeing people going to the water dispenser and holding conversation and laughing, you know. You can't tell. So I think in that point we are good. Being an organization that works until half day on Fridays, the afternoon is for fun. And that's the time when pre-COVID, when everybody would come. So it was always a Good Friday thing. So after work, you're the reception, you're the outside in the gardens, we're having drinks, we're playing all these crazy games like Jenga and all those things, yeah? So the care part is really awesome, you know.
Wow.
There's a Fridays of bring your child to work day before COVID, of course, you know, just let your kids know what you do. And you know, our CEO is talking to them and everything, and they're like, wow, I'd like to work in this organization. So I think when people work in such places, they really belong. And I think you get a lot from people when they feel they belong. Yeah. About feeling indispensable, I'm not sure, but I don't know how that works. But everybody feels they are welcomed. They feel they are valued. They don't feel there's such a hierarchy that you can't express yourself. Even in meetings, when people speak, they speak up. You know, there's no fear in laughing when you know, just being nice and all. So, and I think in such places you find, we did a survey recently, before, and we're just getting all this data analytics out. And we saw that the average, unlike most non-for-profit, the average length of service globally for us is 10.5 years.
Whoa, well done. We lost you.
Yeah, so it's like, wow. So when we drilled down to countries, in Kenya, it went to 8 years. It shows that people, and that's just averagely. So, I mean, look at me, I'm on my 13th year now.
Whoa,
You know?
well
And so, so when you have care, I think there's a lot more that can happen. Only now such situations like now when you're going through change, which I call the pitfalls, you know, there are troughs once in a while that you can now feel a bit of people have gone down. But averagely, really, care is really important in an organization.
Exactly. And you can't underestimate that. And that's what you need to capitalize on, remind people where we've come from. And some of those surveys and stuff like that, let them speak for you guys during this time. We are going through a change, it's a good change, and look at what we were able to accomplish. And we believe that we should be able to accomplish that. And during this transition, we're here to help you and stuff like that. So you've got a lot going for you. And people actually, when you talk, then when Susan speaks, when Jane speaks, and other people maybe who have not given their input, is that I feel you guys have people feel indispensable for the employer, that they want to stay. If given a chance, I will defend my brand. I love it. It is where I feel complete, and I feel that everything is going well for me. When things are going well for you at work, things are going well for you at home, in the society, it's complete, you know. And the same Catherine you see at work is the same Catherine you want to see at home. You're the same Catherine that you want to see in the society. So care is paramount. Care is important. Care should be at the centerfold of employee engagement. Okay, we can move on. Any question, any reaction around that?
Catherine, I think just as we move on,
I
think it really boils down to that point of hiring. And many a times when we are doing the hiring or the recruitment process, we really focus on, even if you look at the score sheets, a lot of the junk of marks goes to the technical. But my feeling is that it's more of that. It's somebody can be technically competent, well skilled, and that kind of thing. But if the personality fits is one thing, then you can take that person, employ, and at the end of the day, this is the same person that is going to cause disintegration in the organization. So when we are doing the recruitment at the recruitment desk, we really need to look at the bigger picture. Look at the technical expertise of the person, the skills that they have, and how is their personality fit. He or she should be a people's person, because it's the people who are coming to deliver. So he or she should be able to, you know, to build a team. To build a team, should be able to understand people, so that he's able to bring out the care bit of the 3 C's. Yeah. So we should really look at who. Thank you.
Yeah, it starts at the hiring stage. You couldn't have put it any better, that we all HRs should know that we hire for attitude and train for skills. I would rather get someone who is really a suitable fit for our culture and for our business. Then I can train. They have the basics and what it is. But it would be very unfortunate if we are still in the era of looking out for the technical capability of the person, which I don't, it's important, but the bigger picture we should be ending up for is people who really come and integrate in our culture. And how do we do that? We must position our JDs, our job adverts must speak without any doubt about whom we are attracting. You can please start looking at JDs and see what people are looking out for, and see. Let's be the ones changing the narrative. Let's talk about the story of our business and whom we are looking out for. I've seen nice adverts now going out. We are hiring, we are looking for you. This is what we are going to give you, and this is what we would want in return for you. changing the narrative around hiring so that we make sure that only the right people end up in our organization. Then we don't have to think the employee engagement discussions will not be, oh, we have a problem with employee engagement. It will be, how do we sustain the high levels of employee engagement that we have in this organization? So it's not like, oh, there's a problem. Yeah, Mayday, please come and help us. No. Okay. So I guess I won't go through this because in the interest of time, it's what we've actually discussed, care and competencies and career. Just expounded, the notes will be there on the LMS. Yeah. So we've also just very quickly starting to wind down is we've got more of the economics around research and the studies that have gone around employee engagement. And this is important for us to know as people who are very keen on seeing how employee engagement can be. So in the centerfold, what are some of the research studies have shown that there is need for involvement, there's need for commitment, there's the need for life insurance, and we look at that. There's the need for emotional attachment, and there's the need for productivity. So for us to be able to, you remember the relationships that we want to look into, and how do they bring about employee engagement at the workplace? Let's look at some of them. And these are things that you do. Maybe they've been referenced in a way that looks fashionable and nice in a way so that we're able to have a nice discussion and for people to know that you can use these notes for you to be able to move to the next level. So how do you get emotionally attached to an organization? How do you feel emotionally attached as the relationships that we want to build? Employees who are actively engaged with their jobs with passion and feel a profound connection to their organization. I feel a profound, the day you got that job, do you feel that the job really mirrors what I do? The organization is really up for me, and they feel that we can engage. People that are actively engaged help move the organization forward. Highly engaged employees believe that they can positively impact quality of their organizational products. You defend your products when you're out there in the market. Highly engaged employees believe they can positively impact costs in their job or unit. How are you impacting your job? How does the job impact? How do you save costs in your job? Engaged employees feel a strong emotional bond to the organization that employs them. This is associated with people demonstrating a willingness to recommend the organization to others and commit time and effort to help the organization succeed. When there is a job in the organization and you have said, oh, pass this job to your other contacts, do you ever do so? Or you say, no, I will not. This is not a place where I wish I had time to do like breakaway rooms and stuff like that and to have a case study. Would you recommend your employer to people who would like to come and work, your friends, to come and work with you? It suggests that people are motivated by intrinsic values, e.g. personal growth, working for a common purpose, being part of a larger process, rather than simply focusing on extrinsic factors, e.g. the pay and the reward. Remember, the connection is what, if you have a strong connection with the organization, if you believe in the products and the value system, if you believe in the mission, the values, the vision, the values, everything that we talk about, you will feel a strong connection. And that starts with us being very agreeable from top level to the bottom level about the culture that we have in the organization. So I won't read word for word in terms of what it is. Involvement. How do you involve people? How do you involve people in your organization? How do people feel that I'm involved or I'm just being left there in the peripheries? The purpose was to compare traditional productive systems with flexible high-performance production systems involving teams, training, and incentive pay systems. In all these three industries, the plants utilizing high involvement practices showed a superior performance. In addition, workers in the high involved plants showed more positive attitudes, including trust, organizational commitment, and intrinsic enjoyment of the work. This concept has gained popularity as various studies has demonstrated links with productivity. It is often linked to the notion of employee voice and empowerment. So the involvement, engagement around how do I feel totally involved in the work that I do? Are my suggestions taken into consideration? Are my opinions taken into consideration? Am I asked to come for the brainstorming session? So involvement from the beginning when things are happening, so that we know that they are whatever. In the traditional setting, nobody was involved, it was management, we've made this decision, that it is. But when we remember that people are a great asset, then we start involving them and saying, this is the direction we want to take in this organization. This is the direction we want to take around this product and service that has been in the organization. What are your thoughts? What are your suggestions? We are not saying that we've called you to hear your suggestions. And we are not saying that this is, we want your suggestions right now. Go sleep over it and let's have that. Even during things that we disagree about, conflicts are not necessarily bad things. And I think we'll have a nice webinar in the course of the year about conflict management and stuff like that. We'll see that conflict is one of the key drivers around productivity in organizations. So continue having people involved. So further in this research, please feel free. Commitment. Routine commitment. It has been routinely found that employees' engagement scores account for as much as half of the variance in customer satisfaction scores. Employee engagement, the way you ask out for your customer satisfaction scores, it's the same way that you should be having the same kind of scores for employee engagement. This translates into millions of dollars for companies that can help improve their scores. Studies have statistically demonstrated that engaged employees are more productive, more profitable, more customer focused, safer, and less likely to leave their employer. Employees with the highest level of commitment perform better and less likely to leave the organization, which indicates that engagement is linked to organizational performance. And that is true. If your boss ever tells you, I'm in safe hands, we know that we're in safe hands because Catherine is able to deliver. That's a very good statement coming from your supervisor to you. I know that I'm a safe of hands for the organization. It just drives up your engagement, your commitment level. And we need to tell people that more. They need to listen to hear it more, that we're in safe hands because of the level of commitment that you have, the kind of expertise you bring to this organization, the kind of discussions that we have with you, and we're able to reference back and say, you are good for us, your hands are safe, and we know that we're able to drive that. The other things that we need to look at in the engagement cycle is life insurance industry. Okay, it goes on to say that 2 studies of employees in the life insurance industry examine the impact of employee perceptions that they had the power to make decisions, sufficient knowledge and information to do the job effectively, and reward for high performance. In both studies, high involvement engagement practices were positively associated with employees' morale, employee retention, and firm financial performance. Research has found that high commitment organizations, one with loyal and dedicated employees, outperform those with low commitment. So that was a case study in the life insurance industry that shows, which was actually now showing, how committed are people, and just goes to show that when people are highly involved in management decisions, you get a high level of whatever. And productivity, how do we increase productivity? The most striking findings in the gaps in operating incomes between companies with highly engaged employees and companies with employees who have low engagement scores. So it went on to show that high engagement companies improved while low engagement companies declined in operating income during the study period. It's common sense that if you have high engagement team, your productivity is going to go up. There's no doubt about it. It will even show in your bottom line. Naturally, you're increasing, no matter how good your products are, but you will make a lot of money. And there was a lot of debate the other day around when the gazettement of that act that came, you cannot call me after 5, but it shows the level of engagement. If I will just look at my phone, after all, it's already 5. You should not be calling me. And maybe they're even calling you for saying that tomorrow there's this, we need to go. We need to fly out for 7 o'clock flight, because then we are going to get this award, and it has just come through that you are the one getting the award. But because you are so disengaged with your employer, you can't pick the phone after 5. There's been a lot of debate in the HR circles whether people should pick the phone after 5, and I believe people should pick phone calls and within reason. And there's no reason as to why you should not pick your supervisor or your peer or your juniors call when they call you after hours. It just shows your level of it. Right there, again, you have the level of engagement. Maybe this coming week, why don't you do a random, no, not you, HR, ask managers to actually call your people after 5, after working hours. Depends on whether you have put that as a policy, whether they know that people should not be called, and I think there's within reason, there are some industries have enabled you, have done all that. So leave that debate, but maybe do a quick survey from another department, who call departments which we don't even work together so often, production and maybe audit. Get someone to call people and see whether they are going to pick the phone and how that kind of conversation goes. Right there, you have your levels of engagement. So productivity has a big correlation to how your bottom line look. Okay, great. So easy ways of you to be able to do engagement. And of course, we can talk about strategies for engagement as we wind down. We all know that recognition, valued input, motivation, and relationship building. Which one do you really, as an organization, excel in? All these strategies for employee motivation, and some of us had said, actually, I'm very keen to see how I can actually plug in people around that. Anyone around that? Which one do we excel in the most? Okay, let's look at some of them, and we can discuss some of the things that you do. Okay. How do you like to be engaged as an individual? Whatever, recognition. We say employees who are fully engaged in their work are often enthusiastic about the job they perform. Employees realize how much their work impacts the organization overall, and are excited about seeing the fruits of their labor or what they are working on. A key strategy involved here is to add another element of employees' job satisfaction through recognition. The way to create enthusiasm about even the most mundane task is through challenging employees to improve new processes for performing their job functions, and rewarding the employees whose suggestions for improvements in the company money and resources. So which are some of the ways that you have actually recognized your employees? We can share. Recognition. How do we recognize some of the things that intrinsic one, extrinsic ones, things that you have done? Key strategy. recognition, very important. How do we recognize people? There can be as many ways as we are on this webinar, the 30 of us. Recognizing, recognition, or how have you even been recognized at your place of work? Allow people to take good learnings from here. Could be the ones that we all know, other ones, recognition of individuals. Look at the way this lady is so excited to get a letter. Really? In a nice yellow envelope. Even the packaging is important. Anyone? What do we do? Recognition through? None? Nobody?
Okay, didn't want to sound like I'm always responding.
No? Yeah, please go ahead.
Of course, everybody does probably cash recognitions and all.
Yeah.
We don't want to mention those because they happen.
Yeah.
I think we have what we used to call, what we called shout out sessions. And shout out sessions is where we just, when we're having normal meetings, we have our meetings where we just call it, let's have chat and chai. We call it a chat and chai, where we just gather around with your cup of tea. And that's the time we do a lot of shout outs to people. It could be to teams, it could be individuals who have done something in the week or in the month. It could be teams who have gotten maybe some funding. So we just shout out to the teams, and people just do all the snaps and everything. We've had also where from just teams which have done something, surprise cake just being brought and saying, hey, today Chat and Chai, we're having cake. And this cake is courtesy of ABCD. We're recognizing ABCD. For the junior staff, we found it very interesting. In the time it was very easy to travel, to pick a few who have really need to be recognized and have a tour of the head office in the UK. Yeah. So we just take them there and they're being received on the other end and they're just spending like a week in head office and they come back. And I'm telling you, it is so amazing because you find the junior roles are the ones that mostly don't travel much or don't get to travel. So just the fact that they've gone and seen the head office, they've met people and come back is a good way to motivate them and recognize them. So just a few of those things.
Oh, fantastic. Well done. Really, shout out, chat and chai. It's even the rhyming of it, allow me to do chat and chai. We just say coffee, come with your coffee. I think I really love that. When you hear I've adapted that, where I took it from. Is it patent? No, that's it, Jane, I got it, So, so that's really nice. Very, 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 fantastic. Someone else? Doing great ways to recognize someone else, doing things differently at your place of work. I'm sure we're all doing remarkable, different things that really motivate people. Are we also thinking about International Women's Day next week? What are we doing? Actually, maybe we can talk about that. How are we going to celebrate? And this year's theme is. This year's theme for International Women's Day? Anyone? Stop the bias. Right.
Stop the bias.
Exactly. Yeah. Fantastic. We should be in tune with this. We've got a lot of things happening the whole week for International Women's Day. It's not to say that of course it's women led. That's what we want to say. But what are we really doing to feel that kind of inclusiveness, women taking the lead and making sure that they are carrying their colleagues as well, and making sure that it's not just a reserve for women, but for us, it's saying this week more of the leading is coming from the women, and we are making sure that there's a lot of pomp and fare around that, for people to do that. There'll be nice communications coming out, every Monday, the whole week, from Monday, when you open, you pop up your PC, the values are there, and a woman is telling a story, a lady in the office is telling a story, branded well, stuff that they have done. So it's a lot of excitement. I can't wait. We've been doing that project from last year, and marketing is now ready, and IT in the back is really upping the game, and a lot of excitement. So that's really nice. So we are looking forward to that in terms of recognizing this milestone that women have done, especially in the telecom industry, as engineers especially. There need to be more recognition there. Anybody else who's doing anything special? Anything? Okay, we can move on in the interest of time. So motivation, workplace motivation comes from non-monetary recognition, such as motivation, advancement, or assigning more complex duties to employees who demonstrate expertise. People must assert themselves for people to know that they can, for people to know that they can rely on them. Employees who receive recognition for their expertise are often motivated to perform even at higher levels. Strategies for improving engagement include creating opportunities for leadership roles for deserving employees whose performance exceeds the company's whatever. So those are some of the things that we can talk about, motivating people to get to the next level. When people really get recognized and are given tasks that are over and beyond their call of duty, really people feel motivated. So what are you doing to make sure that motivation is an all-time high in your organization? How do you recognize your high performers, and how do you make sure that everybody is learning from them, and there's no favoritism? Sometimes they could be just because I like you more. And unfortunately, the truth of the matter, and this you can take it to the bank and we can debate, the people who show the best initiative naturally get called out. That's the truth of the matter. And that's how the world is. The world owes you nothing. It only owes you an opportunity. You must grab those opportunities when you see them, and they call out. And people will come and say, oh, now Catherine only likes Suzanne in the team. But Suzanne is always there. She's always taking the next initiative. When I know I have an urgent task that needs to be done, let's say I'm the supervisor, naturally I'll put it on Suzanne's desk. Even me, in terms of not delegating without being fair, not bombarding work on Susan that should not be there. But when I have my natural inclination is to Susan, and people will now start thinking, oh, okay, fine. Even me as a boss, I need to make sure that it's not overbearing and it's not whatever. But even when we're in those whatever, I'm making sure that I want everybody to take the next extra initiative. You will see that these two tasks, I've actually put them on Susan's desk because Susan has demonstrated. Everybody has that opportunity. I would like you guys to demonstrate more. Who'd like to take the next whatever? And you will see it as a point of whatever. So let's have a bit of more competitiveness within the teams. And it's for the team leader to be able to up those competitiveness, but also be able to recognize the people who are naturally predisposed to being more intuitive in what they do. So let's do that. Okay, great. Relationships building. Let's try to have that connection. Workplace relationships are too often complicated by lack of confidence and trust in leadership, isn't it? We can actually stop this webinar now, because if we lack of confidence and trust in leadership, that is where it all starts and emanates. And that's why it said, who's responsible for employee engagement? And we all agree that it's top leadership. And HR might be tasked with the technical expertise of implementing some of these programs. Building employees' trust and confidence in the company's leadership team is infiltrable strategy for improving employees' engagement. Encouraging the leadership team to establish a connection with all the company's employees can have measurable effects on employee engagement. Building an employer-employee relationship on trust and confidence involves creating an interest in the daily challenges the employee faces. We can't have put it any better, that it is important for us to build a relationship, for me to know the challenges that you're facing every day. And some of those challenges might not be work related. Some of those challenges might be personal. And unless you have confidence and trust that if I come and tell my supervisor, this is happening to me, and that's why you will see that my productivity has gone down, they will be able to relate and they will be able to accommodate and help me go through that phase that I am going through. Because we're all human beings. We all know that we'll have problems at home, we'll have problems in the society, but where I spend most of my time, I need to feel that people are actually helping me to overcome some of those challenges that I am going through. So let's build trust. And for you to be able to do that, it means that you need to create an enabling environment for people to be able to trust you with their most challenging, complex issues that they are going through during that time, But if people say, I can't trust them, they will go and say it at coffee break. They will not, the whole organization will get to know what it is, Even when someone has problems with their performance and you want to first call them and have a candid conversation with them, and it's not in your position to go and broadcast, that we've put Catherine on PIP, only the people who should know, and support them, show better support. PIP is not an avenue of driving people out. PIP is an avenue of giving people an opportunity to improve and to show that you still value them and you know that they can improve, okay? So building trust, important. And how do we do that? It's created at the top, and trust is built over time. Sometimes we can build that, we can break that trust at once. And sometimes over time, you're given a job, you don't deliver, you never deliver, you're not within the deadline, you procrastinate, and over time, your trust just gets eroded until it cannot be rebuilt anymore. But sometimes you can do something that really breaks the trust and we have to let you go. So let's help people in relationship building so that we can build the engagement levels. Valid input. How do we build valid input? Employee engagement is directly tied to employees' sense of value and the ability to give feedback about their work condition and their workplace relationships, particularly those involving employee-supervisor interaction. This is where the rubber meets the road. Therefore, an effective strategy includes developing an employee opinion survey or enabling another method for employees to voice their opinions and concerns. The most important component of an employee opinion survey is an action plan, which can be another factor in the employee engagement strategy. We said, why do people leave their jobs most of the time? Is because of the involvement between the employee, and the supervisor. If you don't have a good working relationship with your supervisor, it's very difficult to be able to happy and be able to be productive at the workplace. But it's a two-way traffic as well. That is what we have seen, and that's what we need to also understand. So we need to understand our supervisors. I keep telling all of us, reminding even me myself, I need to understand my supervisor. I need to do the work my supervisor does not like. The day I had that statement, I went thinking, what did that person just say? I need to do the work that my supervisor does not like. It stuck with me like thunderbolt. So, and then we asked, so why should I? And then they said, you've taken it out of context. Your supervisor, the work that your supervisor has given you is the work that they don't like. then they've got their work. Even the work that their supervisor has given them is work that they do not like, but they can do because they've got their work. So everybody needs to understand their work, and they need to do their work so well that there's no reason as to why we should be having discussion about work. But also the organization needs to create an enabling environment for me to be able to do that. And for us to be able to do that is to understand who I am, what I like, and what I do not like. What is my personality, and what is my personal characteristic? What am I made of? You know, those things. So let's take time as people who work together, look at all these people working in their cubicles, everybody concentrating, and I'm sure there's a supervisor. Everybody has a supervisor. Do you like working with your supervisor? I think even in at recruitment level, we need to ask people in a very subtle way through and through the whole conversations. It's about you being a fit. So those questions that we ask should always point back to, will this person be a good fit for us? And what kind of personality do they have? And what kind of a team are they coming? Are they coming to fit more into the team? Are they going to bring something new? And also find what kind of, how do they like to be supervised? We never take time sometimes to find out how we like people supervised. So that is a pertinent question that we should always ask, and ask for feedback, solicit for feedback from time to time, ability to give feedback about the working conditions and their place of work relationship. I remember one of us saying here earlier in the webinar is where they were told to come to work. They were not given a chance to give feedback, including us, until we went back and we gave all sorts of crazy reasons not to go back to the office. But give feedback about your working conditions and workplace relationships, interaction. And the thing is that you also want to create an environment where people do not victimize others because I have said something about you. You also want to create an environment where, and Jen will agree with us that in another group that we belong to, another whatever, we've been talking, and we want to talk about workplace bullying, upward bullying, because many times now we've given the lower cadre people so much leeway that this is an organization does not entertain any kind of we need everybody to be at the same place, that we can come and call out our supervisor just because they've told me to work extra hours and we think it's bullying. There's a lot of upward bullying now, and supervisors are feeling exposed and nowhere to run to, because even when I can't tell you to do something while it is right for us to do something, because we've created this sense of everybody is entitled to their opinion in this organization. So we must find the balance in the 21st century of how we are going to work with each other. And only when we have good working relationships and an avenue to give feedback and correct feedback and honest feedback are we able to have all that put in place. Any question? Reaction about the levels of engagement, how to engage people? Any feedback there? Valued input, recognition, motivation, and relationship building. Anything that you would like to react on, or just what have you done in your organization around these 4 pillars of employee engagement, strategies of engaging employees? And it's things that you know, and I'm sure you do. It's just you have put different nice things that really bring out employee engagement. Anything that you would like, or maybe things that have not worked for you and you have tried? Have you seen upward bullying? Is it something that you're talking about a lot in your organization? Anything? Okay, let's move on just very quickly in the last of it. So how do we, these things, we can do many activities, and I will not, all these things are there in the, what kind of activities can you do in induction, picnics, social activities, people do all those. It's just some of the things, and there are things which we all know, CEO announcement, paging services, suggestions, feedback, internal magazine, I will not go through all this, ask the CEO. Did you see Ask the CEO? This people are so bad. How will we go to heaven? Where like the judiciary put a day of asking the CJ, you can interact with the CJ through Twitter and stuff like that. So it's become something that is really, I like it, because you can ask a question to the CJ, and of course they've got a team behind working with on all those questions, and then ask the DCI. I don't know who else also introduced it, and the public have no trust. Why are you putting up these things? First get your culture right before you come to ask us questions, before you give us an opportunity to ask questions. Are we engaging with public services, some of the critical public services? How do we see them as citizens? Again, earth is hard, as people like to call it now. So all these things that we can do, there's all these activities that we can do in the organizations to drive up employee engagement. And I know you've got most of them, or you have actually implemented most of them and some of them, and they will continue to have bespoke. They will be bespoke as you continue implementing them in your organization. So sometimes it's important to look at the kind of organization that you are, the kind of business that you are in, and pick very specific things that really make you a center of excellence in your engagement with employees. So you can have all these things that are here, 50 of them, as I've gone through the slides, but you need to borrow some of them that are very, very specific to you. First, around affordability, around acceptance, around ease of working around them. So there are many things that you need to consider, especially some of the things that actually need money for you to be able to work with. All those, yeah. So how do we manage employee satisfaction? I'll be very first. We can do surveys, and we all know that surveys, we've talked about surveys. When is a good time for you to do a survey? It's not when it's on an all-time high where we're all happy, we've got all that, but it's important. So what are some of the things we can do to measure employee survey? We can actually do handwritten surveys and make sure that people trust them. And when you get the results, you're able to give back the results. You're able you're able to look at all the aspects that have been, you're able to analyze, that's the word I was looking for, sorry, to analyze what people have said and be able to go back, no matter how painful some of the answers are for you as an organization. You must be able to say, we didn't get very good feedback, but we are brave enough to come and talk about it. And we would like to hear some of the suggestions, and maybe some of the suggestions will have been put there. So it's important for us to understand. But half the time why people do not receive it well is because we put up an engagement survey, people responded, we kept quiet. We do another one, people say, okay, let's try again. People will not agree to what to do the surveys going forward, or you did the survey and people were victimized. So be careful on how you want to do the survey, why you want to do it, whether you are ready for the results that you're going to get, whether you'll be happy to implement some of the things that will have been suggested, and whether you have the capacity, time, resources, ability, expertise to be able to implement some of the things that will have been done. Okay, I will not go into all this, but I will go back to just things that overall around employee engagement. And then I will want to talk about towards the very last one is around the positivity of a good attitude around employee engagement. So engagement overlaps with the concepts of commitment and organizational citizenship behavior, but but there's also differences. Engagement is two-way. It's a two-way traffic. We all know that. Organizations must work to engage the employee, who in turn has the choice about the level of engagement to offer the employer. You know, two-way traffic. So the employer will make everything possible, but even me on the other side, I must really be a special kind of person not to see the effort that my employer is doing to keep me there, isn't it? There are some people who are extremely hard to please. Let's talk about those people. Where are people just hard to please sometimes? Even no matter what you do, you have everything going on, everybody else is whatever, but it's so hard to please this lot of people. What can we do about those kind of people? Hard to please people as we wind down. What can we do about people who are hard to please? And we do have them in organizations. Never happy, always complaining, always, yeah.
Yeah, so if I may, I think, those, I call them lamentations, like the Bible.
Yeah.
I think they should just be called out immediately.
Mm-hmm.
The organization where I work for, I mean, we started that organization in the sense of, okay, we were headhunted from the private sector into the government. Yeah. And, you know, you as a HR person, I've seen people grow. I've seen how the employees came in, you know, day one, how you came very desperate in the interview, you know, really, I'm ready to do anything and everything. And then with time, they become comfortable. Their work is to complain and point fingers. And most of the times, you'll always notice the people that are most hard to please are not performers. Most of them are not performers. They do not perform. Their work, they're the type, you'll go to the corridor, you'll get them on the corridor. Anytime you'll get them in the, they'll make call, you know, want to instigate stuff. So I call them out and I remind them, and I'll just tell you, for me, I'm very upfront. This is who you are. This has been your journey since you came, and this is what you do, and this is what I feel. And without any, you call them out without any, you know, not making it personal, but quite objective. And you actually tell them, look, you need to change. Probably it's you who has a problem. Yeah? Always thinking about what can be done for you. What can you do? Reminding someone, when you came, this is where you are. This is how you are. This is where you are now and what you can be. So for me, I would just say that. And not letting them, not giving them the you know, the time of the day.
Very true. Yeah, that's it. Brave. Call them out, have a session with them, show them, demonstrate how far they have come. And maybe people then, maybe they don't even see and think, oh my gosh, yeah, I see it now. I never saw it like that. Or maybe they'll also give you another perspective. Yeah, we need to remind people the journey that has been accorded to them by the organization. And if it was not for the organization, would they be where they are? So, and maybe they will start now becoming more, they'll open their eyes and just think, oh, I never looked at it like that, and I'm sorry. You know, be more have more gratitude to what the organization has done for them. Someone else, what have you done with people who are always swimming upstream when we are swimming downstream? What have you done? Because they really affect the engagement level in the organization. They can be very toxic and bad apples. What have you done? Anybody else?
Catherine, I've seen, and like my colleague has said,
these toxic people, with time, everything seems to catch up with them. You know, even if you, of course, they get called out. Of course, you'll find within performance management, they're always the ones who the rating is not a star rating. You're given PIPs, they have something to say about a PIP and trying to always, you know, cause so much and bring their cheerleaders because they always hang out in a gang. You know, they get left out in opportunities and they will always complain. But nobody wants to work with you. You have a bad attitude. You are always bringing conflict in any team you're given. So when good things are happening, you're not involved. So somehow, whether you like it or not, naturally, you start just being edged out. You know, when I say people move on and you're left there, you know, I've seen it happen. And you might complain and something, but there's some way of, I don't know how to put it. I don't know what words to use. But somehow, even when a new leader comes, even when new people come, it doesn't take them long to realize that this person is toxic. So even when we're having, like I told you, how we have all these nice feel good Fridays, and we are sitting down and having, you know, all the drinks and eating together, even when people huddle up just to have a laugh, you'll find they're not even there. You know, because you have issues with everybody. So you don't want to see even people having a good time. And naturally, with time, they just get left out. But what is the worst is, even if I don't call you out, with formal processes of performance, you'll still lose out. With opportunities coming up, teams coming up to do something new and say, please, can we have volunteers for this? They will not get chosen, even when somebody wants to choose them in a team. So somehow, if they don't smell the coffee, the organization will they'll just get out of the organization. Somehow, the system just moves them out.
I agree. And you know, when I look at such people, I actually feel sorry because you wonder, they take that bad attitude into the society. You get what I mean? You try as an organization to help them, and I shudder at the thought of how they interact with their friends, with their family, with their relatives. You know, this is how the society just gets eroded of good values, unfortunately. So when you think about these people, is that even when they are edged out from that organization, they find themselves in another organization and they bring still that bad behavior into them. So I think it's important for us to be able to like both of you have said, call them out, edge them out. And when they are coming in, then it's for us to do proper background checks as to why you are leaving that organization. Then maybe it's time for them to start thinking, hey, nobody is accepting me now. I need to change. I need to conform and to see how it's going to be. So these people are always there. I keep saying, is it me and you? Is it X, Y, Z, A, B, C? Do I see some of those traits in myself? And call myself to a meeting and reflect and say, how do I show up with other people? Not perfect, but if I am the one to bring negative energy to a good thing, then there's something wrong. If people are not involving me and calling me, there's something wrong. Even on social circles where you hear, hey, you guys, we went for on Friday drink and you didn't call me. Someone, the loud one will say, where? Tukutaka vibe yako siku hiyo. Isn't it? When someone tells you that, you need to think through and say, why didn't they? Even colleagues at my level who don't want to hang out with me, there's a problem, and find out how best to to rectify that. So thank you. So these people will be, make sure you are dealing with them, pay more attention to them, because they will erode your good gains on employee engagement and the strategies that you have. So we will look just a few more slides. on this as we wind down, and it's just accumulative of what we have said, and then I'll open up the session to questions and answers or what we have engaged. So some of the elements of employee engagement, we have commitment, loyalty, trust, and motivation. Not having to go through them one by one. And then how do we measure employee engagement? Because anything that we don't measure, measure if we don't know where they are. So a survey was conducted with over 10,000 employees in 14 different organizations. 12 attitude statements representing employee engagement were tested. All were found to sit together, reliability to comprise a single indicative factor of engagement. Positive responses to the engagement statements indicated a positive attitude and pride to the organization, believe in the organization products and as a perception that the organization enables the employee to perform well, a willingness to behave authentically and to be a good team player, to an understanding of the bigger picture and the willingness to go beyond the requirements of the job. So those were some of the things that were actually sit together when you are measuring employee engagement, for us to know that we are totally engaged. And then of course you can have questions that really drives to how to measuring the level of employee engagement. And if you are going to do that, then you will see a pattern emerging and doing that. And also it is good to, even when you do engagement and you are doing data analysis, of course, one of the things you will ask, have you worked in this organization? Look and do it maybe in stratas of 5, maybe between 1 and 5 years, between 5 and 10 years, between whatever, or you can between 1 and 3, so for you to see where the levels of between people, how people between different work, how much time they have spent in the organization, how they feel about that engagement. It's different. People who have worked longer will talk very differently about the organization. People who have recently joined will talk very differently about the organization. People who have, the organization needs them and we need each other, have a very different level of engagement. So for you to bring your engagement to a full circle, you need to find out what every level of people's length in the organization means to you and it means to them, And of course, sometimes you say, well, may have been here long enough to know what organization. Tap on those people's wisdom. I'm here and I feel confused. This is not what I expected. Take that person and ask them, what did you really mean by that statement? And what have you seen that is different? And they might just tell you, those people, it's hard to reach the people who have worked in this organization for a long time. They don't feel that, I don't feel that connection. Everybody needs to feel connected with each other because of the kind of culture that you have put in place. Again, referencing back to the kind of culture that we have in the organization. Okay. So some of the engagement challenges. Engagement levels can vary in organizations with a variety of personal and job characteristics and with experiences at work. Some of the engagement challenges, and we all know, and we cannot shy away from them, as the employees grow older, and that is true, and that's why I say at what it is, the engagement level declines. Is that true? Challenges. Why is it true? As employees get older in the organization, even in age, the employee engagement level declines. And when you show this statement to people who are of my age is, if I tell you my years of experience in work, you'll be able to know when I finished university and whatever, you can be able to know my age. Is it true when you show them this, they start becoming very defensive. And these are things that you need to discuss in the organization if you want to get your engagement levels up. Is it true? As we wind down, yeah.
For my organization, I work in a government organization. So of course, people are permanent and pensionable.
Wow.
So yeah, so the older they get, the older workforce already, they're very tired and they're just waiting for their retirement. So at some level, they just start concentrating on their homes more. They'll start, what are they going home to? So their engagement in the organization, you realize as the years go, as they near their retirement, is just on the decline. Kabisa, they are totally not there.
Age, they've worked for many years, same old, and here's someone else. So is it a true statement that as employees get older, the engagement levels decline?
It is a true statement.
Yeah. Why? Why is it so?
I think the would you say the monotony, the food we learned, the culture, everything has become predictable.
There's nothing to excite them anymore.
There's nothing to excite them anymore. Maybe career progression is no longer there, so they feel the case here is closed. There's nothing really new to look forward to.
Exactly. And maybe we can take a good case study around with the earlier generation, our parents. If someone needs to mute, there was only one level of if you joined, unless you were ambitious, I don't know how it was ever done. If you joined as an office assistant, sometimes up to the time you're still on that job, the job maybe will have evolved, the money will have increased, maybe you are the highest level of the job grade, of the salary grade. I need to mute someone. How do I mute?
The host can mute.
Yeah, it's Alice's line that is on the road or something, and it's not muted.
Yeah, no, it's not. Alice, please mute. So anyway, one of the things I keep on saying, yeah, she's muted. Thank you, Alice. Is that they were just there, and because engagement was not really a key component of driving productivity and strategies in the organization, they were just like, Mimi naenda retire. Mimi niko retire. You could hear those kind of discussions on the corridors, very aloof. I've been here for wacha wa vijana sasa wakuja wafanye nini, wacha wakuje kazi. That's why we are saying career progression is one of the key pillars of ensuring employee engagement. As they go, and as they come, even if they are at lower cadre, can you improve someone, especially if they have the capability? Susan said that their organization is very good at giving opportunities for people who want to go for further studies. So then we can reverse this statement on the challenges of employee engagement as employees grow older, and let it be older that now they don't have the kind of energy that is needed. They won't come with a big spring on their legs every day, because someone of 70 years is someone who's tired. If your parents are 70 and they've just come from retirement, you can see that they don't have the same energy of a 25-year-old. So you cannot compare with them, but they need to feel that they've got some bit of excitement, and it's not just it's not a good place to work and stuff like that. So it goes on to say that minority ethnic respondents have a higher engagement level than their white colleagues, and sorry, this is sounds discriminatory, but also when in Kenya, when you have people want to be accepted, and when you look at balancing the regional the regions of all the country that are very deliberate and very an open and community employer, you must also be very careful about how you bring in the tribes in this country. That is something that, unfortunately, as Kenyan recruiters, we cannot run away from. We can't share. As much as we want to say that we take people based on their capability, their suitability, is that we can't have one department just with one tribe, isn't it? It doesn't go well. It doesn't sit well in our hearts and in our bellies as Kenyans. You get what I mean? And that's a conversation that we cannot shy away from. So we need for us to have a better engagement. We need to be seen to be all in our engagement. So whatever it is, even when you are an international company and you are all over the globe, we need also at head office level, they need to balance us, that they can't just bring people from head office here. They need also to bring people from those other countries. If we are working in Vietnam, how about someone from Vietnam coming to Africa? And how about an African from Ghana going to work at head office? So there are all those dynamics that we need to look into, that at placing people of different ethnic groups and races cannot be underestimated. It counts a lot as one of the challenges of engagement. The managers and professionals tend to have higher engagement levels than their colleagues. Is that true?
Yeah, just one point I need to take you back.
Yeah. Jane, go ahead. Or was it someone else?
I wanted to comment. I needed to comment about the minority ethnic. I think I have an issue with that, especially zeroing down and saying than white colleagues. I think that's quite discriminatory, and it doesn't fall well under EDI or DEI, if you want to call it that way. Maybe I don't know where this research or this is from. It looks like it was probably very local for them to put their white colleagues, which then does not really give a global outlook, which is what engagement is. It's not localized. So I don't agree with it. Maybe it can be left as minority ethnic respondents have higher engagement, whoever the minority may be. When you start putting with white colleagues, does not augur and does not actually fit the bill even for where I work. We have a lot of white colleagues. We have a lot of Black, ethnic, and minority colleagues. And I cannot say that the minorities put in more engagement. I'm sorry. In fact, I'm sorry to say, from where I work, the most toxic people are local people where I work. I've actually noticed that. They're very toxic. So I for me, that point, I don't agree with it.
Okay.
But that's on a personal level. And I'm just picking my organization and level of engagement. I wouldn't say so. We have a lot of white colleagues, colored, Black ethnic. We have a full diversified workforce. And this is not correct.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree with you, Jane. Totally agree in terms of taking this debate around who is more engaged and who is not more engaged. And that's why I did a quick rejoiner around, we must dive to the fact that at how we balance the teams is extremely important, so that we do not have this problem of people feeling that are more engaged than the other, because when we don't have that, we are up for failure. I also agree. I've worked for multinationals, and sometimes we start looking at the people who are coming in as if they are enemies, and their colleagues just earned it. They've worked hard. And I've also seen people who have worked hard and have been seconded to those international positions. And then I keep thinking, in that country again, let's say go and work in Chile. Do they also feel the same? I think we need to have a bigger scope and region sometimes us locals feel that the people who are coming from head office or from other branch offices or other subsidiaries are not, we don't accept them as much as we should. You get, because they're here to do a job. Everybody has their role. Everybody has what they need to do. And it's as competitive as it could be. And of course, some positions are earmarked for international expertise, and maybe your job level does not get you there. How about just working maybe harder to get to international job level and not complaining as what it is? So it's a big balance, and it can actually tilt our employee engagement levels in the organization. So at local level, that's why I say to be aware of the face of Kenya, the different tribes that we have. We also, we need to balance that. And sometimes when we don't balance that, then what happens is that it's them against us, So we need to stop that at that level. But I totally agree in what you're saying. Yeah. Someone else would like to add?
If I may say something on the issue of the management, the managers and professionals having a higher engagement than their colleagues. I have noticed this, I've experienced this where I work. Perhaps maybe it is a level of engagement and experience they have at the senior level that makes them more committed, at that level. Maybe they'll do their team building, or maybe they have clubs, or, they tend to have their senior management meeting probably more than the junior staff. And then you'll find that when it is time for them to exit, they want to hold on a little bit longer, even if they have already reached that age. On the other hand, on the issue of minority ethnic staff, in Kenya, we have, I think, like 50 tribes or so. This is the experience and the exposure that I've had as a HR professional, and I can really tell you, there are some communities, like 2 or 3 communities. I'm also in charge of Exit where I work, and these are the people, when you actually give them a letter informing them a year, 2, that you're going to be retiring in a year, and let's start having these conversations. They come and bang my table and say, no, this is not my date of birth, because of this. So I just want to let Jen know. So they come and bang the table and say, no, I'm not ready. Maybe perhaps because of the lifestyle, and they're not ready to let go, perhaps, of the choices that they've made. On the other hand, some tribes and communities, again in Kenya, the minute you actually call them and you tell them, hey, we've had some good journey with you, you're going to be exiting in some time, how can we assist you? They're so excited. And they're saying, I've been waiting for this day. I've worked with you for so many years. I feel I've been able to do this. I'm so happy. I'm ready to go. So these normally mostly are the lower cadre staff, middle management, all the way going to the lower cadre. Those ones, most would want, they're ready to go, and like the managers who do not want to go. Where else also, when we put the issue of ethnic balancing and all that, you'll find that there are those concerns, issues here and there. Thank you.
Very true. Wow, it's a whole ball game, and we can have a whole day's discussion around balancing teams and who wants to go, which tribe did what stereotyping is there, and stuff like that. And they can be senior management can be very, very difficult sometimes in decisions about separation from organization, entitled and stuff like that. But the lower cadre people are more receptive, because when you start preparing them early, they can see the need and they will do that. So when you come and tell me now this is not my date of birth, what are we supposed to do? These are the documents you submit. These are the things that we have in your file. So how come now all of a sudden this is changing? And I know that there was a big hue and cry around a couple of, when a lot of the people working in the governments were actually changing their dates of birth so that they can extend service, they can continue working. And I think it was now in the spotlight, and I don't know what happened. I think they put a system on in place as that you cannot access your file, because I don't know who was accessing their file, removing this and putting a new date of birth, and we are thinking, hello, what happened overnight? And we just discovered you still got 5 more years to go. Anyway, so as we said, work defines people, and having a sense of going to the office and knowing that I have somewhere to go, spending my time. We know people who have retired and they will still come to the office 6 months later, leave the office and go to the park and go back in the evening, and they've not even told their families they've retired. It's complicated. But when they're there, how do they affect employee engagement? So at higher level, maybe because of the strategy and the understanding, managers and professionals tend to have better engagement compared to their colleagues at lower levels, because they just, they seem just to, I'm just here to push the work and whatever, but the professionals know that they are high stakes and they are being looked upon to drive the business and to bring success of the business. Okay, thank you for that. This one and this one's reference, as years of service engagement goes low. Employees with personal development plans and who have received a formal performance appraisals in the past have higher engagement levels. That's true. Feedback really is the in thing right now, that we have to have conversations that really lead to good evaluations periodically, not a formal one at the end of the year. Every day is an opportunity for us to have feedback about our performance, about how we up in the team, how we are actually engaging with the team, how we are will have higher engagement levels. And of course, having an accident or an injury at the workplace, or experiencing harassment, bullying, whatever you want to call it, have big negative impact on engagement, isn't it? You work with people who are always bullying you, and bullying is real at the workplace, whether it's from afar or direct. Whether it was true or not, it was in the public domain, and that's why I'm bringing it out. The gentleman who died in which radio station was that? And of course, it took a whole different ball game that there was workplace, and one of the people who had been trolled for a long time on Twitter actually had to issue a statement, and it's true. So it's one of the things that we should actually ask teams: how are you working? How is your supervisor supporting you in ways that it actually brings out whether there is any bullying at the workplace. The other thing is putting up mechanisms for grievance, a very good grievance support system. System for people to be able to do that. If you're not doing that, then that's why we have more cases of mental illness, mental stress, and we just don't know. You just think, well, those things, you pick them from home, but they are certainly also at the workplace. And we see people saying that I worked with a supervisor who drove me to the edge, and I actually got on those kind of statements and being labeled with your brand. So it's important for us to be aware of that. Okay, any questions? Any input there? I think that was really nice as we come to the end.
I don't know if it's everybody else's experience, but just in line with the minority ethnic, like high engagement levels being noticed, I feel like, and I could be wrong, that in any environment where it's whether it's ethnic or gender, like you find women in a male-dominated field more highly engaged than the men. I think it's where you feel like there's a threat to your position, or people make you feel like you're in the wrong place. So you need to prove yourself more. I don't know if it's everybody else's experience.
So does wanting to prove yourself more to show that you can actually deliver translate to better engagement?
Not necessarily, but sometimes you find that they want to learn more, they want to do more, they want to, shine more, like basically do better, because they either are aware that they are, in quotes, the wrong place, or have been made to feel that way. That they don't, it doesn't necessarily mean that you produce better, but you find that people are actually more engaged in terms of wanting to learn and wanting to produce, or wanting to give better quality work. That has been my experience in a few places.
Reactions, input from the rest of us? People who, yeah.
It could be true to some environments, I think, but I think we need to be very careful about stereotyping. It's very important. And like everything else with engagement, it is so important to understand that the culture of the organization has a very big influence on how some of these things work out and the dynamics in the office. Again, like I said, for me, where I work, diversity cannot be underestimated. And when there's diversity, there's good engagement, there's good learning, there's good interaction, and just appreciation of our differences. And I wouldn't say that a particular color of skin makes anybody better engaged than any other person. That I still stand with and correctly do. In environments where you have real shop floor, lower cadre, there are a lot of dynamics there as well. And we know what happens there. And there are a lot of people who really, work really defines you. And if you feel threatened or anything that could threat your work, whether it's your age, whether it's your fixed term contract coming to an end, I mean, that's a whole different dynamics as well. So I don't think we can stereotype, and there's no one thing fits all. Our different organizations have different culture. How again we deal with some of these things also affect on that engagement level. Just putting it out there, I don't know what age means. In where I work, I'm the eldest in my team, and I like working with my young colleagues. I'm officially 51 this year, and I feel very energetic, if you ask me. Everybody seems to run to me, whether it's because of institutional memory or I freely give information and training. But I don't know again what that age means. So when we say as you get older, engagement levels declines, I don't know. Of course, I wouldn't mind a 4 working week as opposed to a 5-day working week.
I know.
I don't know whether that's
engagement
as well. Yeah,
again, it depends with people's. There are too many dynamics. There are too many blocks that we have to look into around the area of engagement, your personality, your kind of profession, how you feel recognized, the supervisor that you work with, the business strategy, the environment, too many things, the state of mind that you are in that season, too many things that you have to think through. But we need to agree that we need to have a standardized way of engaging everybody that accommodates the tried and tested ways of doing that. So, and what are those? And that's why I say that you need to look at your organization, your business, their ability to do all these things that will keep everybody connected and feel that they belong in this business, and they are ready to do what is required of them to keep the company afloat and to be recognized working. I think that really sums it up, because there are if we say, me, I want a 3-day work week, by the way, 3, and those others don't even working from home. No, I want whatever. Business might not accommodate that. Me, I want to be recognized for any small thing we put up there on the intranet that Catherine is the one who came to work early every day. we must have a standardized, making sure that everybody feels that this criteria that has been set, or things that have been put around employee engagement, talk to the majority, and the majority should be the majority. The majority now we say is 100%. It's not like, oh, as long as we got 80%, the majority is 100%. I know it's not possible to get 100%, but when people look back and say, anyway, okay, fine, I agree, but sija agree kabisa, that kind, that they know we need to move on with what needs to be done. So many things, what's important for, why should we engage people? We know that we will feel people will give better results, will be better connected, we'll talk about the company in good light, we'll bring in more productivity, we'll be more innovative, we'll be more agile. I think we cannot underestimate that engagement starts from the time we put up our job advert to the time we do what? To the time we separate with that person. Even during separation, we still totally engage when we want to know how their journey has been and how the experience has been working with us. Okay, great. So,
may I ask a question?
And go back to plenary, yeah.
There's something that you mentioned, maybe it might not, okay, now you've just clarified when you said engagement starts from when you put up your ad all the way. There's something you mentioned that got me thinking, and since we have HR people in this forum, I wanted to hear their views. When you talked about this person who's always complaining, or always looking for fault, always disrupting work, and you mentioned that when they move to a different organization, you find that they carry that behavior to that other organization. My challenge or my question is, what do HRs do when, I personally prefer to call a HR manager for a reference check. I know people will give the immediate supervisor or a colleague or wherever when you ask for references. But what do the HRs here do when I call to find out about that person who's behaved like that in the organization?
A good question, Tuta. Extremely good question. What is our responsibility as HR colleagues, whether you know me or not, to give a reference about Z who's coming to the organization? You call and you say, "Kring kring, I want to speak to Catherine. Who's calling? My name is Susan. I'm the HR of XYZ company. We're employing Tabitha. I'd like to get I want to get feedback from you about her performance, why she left. Just give me, why don't we ever say as it is? Isn't that what you're asking, Tuta?
That's what I'm asking, because then if you'd helped me, you'd not have transferred a problem that's no longer yours to me.
You take the problem.
Responsibility may be 100%, and I guess that's where most people come from. No longer my problem, I don't have to deal with it. And of course, there's a human side of, oh, they're no longer employed. Maybe if I give a good word, they'll get a job. But then problem transferred, all the same. Yeah.
So what up to what extent? And of course, we also have to adhere to the Data Protection Act. We must adhere to give out, it's so tricky. But when for reference, what should I do? And I don't know them. What should we do? And you don't even maybe know someone in that industry. You don't know someone who might know them. Then that's why we are just left to do just the traditional background checks. Maybe you might send to the a standard letter to the HR department and they get it back, but you've not picked up the phone to know who Tabitha is. what's our responsibility? The people who have not spoken, I can call out names: Mesha, Clispa, Sarah, Modoni, Alice, Mary, Yvonne, Roslyn. What have we done and what can we do? I have no answer, actually. I keep thinking about all these things, and if they don't give me the information, they say, I'm not non-committal, I can't give. We gave them a certificate of service. Nitajijazia huko mbele, certificate of service, that's it. Especially in the UK, you can't, it's infringing. It's can only ask, did they work here? Yeah, you know. What can we do to only let in people that are good for us, good fit for us? Plus, so that we share experiences. What have you done in the past? Yes, Jane.
Let me be a bit. Let me throw Stana to the works here.
Yeah.
I know a few HR people, and there are those ones you give the official. You know, there's a form like they like you to fill, and you just say things. You know, depending on what form and how they present. There are some who actually ask if the person is a team player or not. And I have no qualms in saying when the person is not a team player. Then there are those ones who we are close and we say, okay, now you've given me the official feedback. Can I have now the non-official? If I know you well, I could share, because I know you're not going to go and say, oh, you know, this and this happened. But I would just say, you know, this person probably was not a good fit for our culture. Because again, we know some people thrive in other organizations, and yet they come to our organizations and they don't thrive. Maybe we were not good. Maybe we have a toxic environment, and in another place, it's a good environment. So it's good to say they were not fit for our culture. That is fine. It doesn't mean that they're not going to excel in yours. They may excel in yours because maybe the environment is better, or maybe the environment is what is suitable for their characteristics. So I think it doesn't hurt. There's nobody who's non-redeemable. I don't believe so. Sometimes we're just not in the right environment. Yeah. Some employers don't bring the best out of us.
And that's why, Jane, I keep on saying the exit interview is, you know, filling in the form is voluntary, but you taking time to have a real good discussion with the employee who's leaving, just to sit down and talk about why they are leaving, how they are living, and how how we saw them. That's the kind of experience they gave us with interaction is extremely important, so that we articulate these things, that you worked with us, but you really antagonized us from here to high heaven. And is it the environment? And they will come and say, I kept telling you, this environment is not good, for example, and whatever. And they say, what lessons are you taking to your next employer? How are you going to be a better employer? Help people to become better. Help the next employer who's taking up this parcel to have a better experience. I keep on saying we are employing for the world. We are training for the world. Don't shy away. Do things that will help everybody, will help me and you to become better people. And I've seen that because coaching works, having that and really articulating matters as they are. And saying that, yes, they were not a good fit for us. They have left. And if you feel that they are a good fit for you people, please run with that employment with them. That's for me. I am very, very keen. If I know you better, you know, and of course, if Jane has come to apply with us and I know the HR there, I will, and we are friends and we are buddies, and I say, well, your people are here today. Tell me, you know, and we'll have that conversation. So it doesn't cloud my judgment as a recruiter. That's very important, because all the biasness, you should remove them at recruitment, but it does gives me some bit of insight about it. And when I hear, oh my gosh, anakuja, you are not a good friend right now. I feel good about it. Okay, great. Tuta, that's good. I don't know. It's difficult. HR is hard work.
It is, but thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. If there's no more questions, I hope you enjoyed it. We're open to feedback. Dan is here. Then I'll hand over back to you to close the session.
I would like to add something on what Catherine has said.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Catherine?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I would like to add on what you said, and Jane as well. Yes, the background checks work. And I would like to give an example of an experience in the past where I did a background check and well, it was not really positive for the candidate, but this candidate mentioned that I know what I did was wrong, but I have learned. So give me a chance. So what I did, instead of giving a permanent position, I actually said, well, it will be a test of time. I'll give you a contract and we shall keep watch. And it has been a journey, and I would say that, yes, it was a turning point for this guy. And I think it is good to give somebody a second chance.
Yeah.
Having said that, I also had another one who had quit job twice because he said, oh, I think there was too much pressure on this one. And then the next one, why did you leave? Yeah, there was too much pressure. He said, but even the position you're coming into, it's also a job which has a lot of pressure. But well, we tested him, but within 3 months, he quit on his own. So background checks works.
It does. Great. And it's also nice for people to tell you why they left. And sometimes people have told me I left because I couldn't get along with my supervisor. The environment was not good. I'm being honest. Or I left because I committed a fraud and I've learned through it. It's in the public domain and stuff. You have to make just, when you want to go for a job, be ready with your story. When you ask about why you're leaving, why you have left, and would like to join us, have your story well referenced. Okay, thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time. Nice, always nice. Really, I'm glad I came for this webinar. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. Dan, any announcements that you would like to make before we end it?
Thank you very much, Catherine. And thank you everybody who has participated in today's webinar. That was a very informative presentation, very well presented. As always, and for those who are new in our training program, you'll be able to find the notes on our learning management system. You'll also be able, by 4 p.m. today, you'll be able to find your certificate. Yes. Unless there is a question.
Thank you, Dan, for always making it possible for us to come and learn. Kudos to CHRP. We hope to see you in the subsequent webinars that will be announced. Keep a tab of all the social pages of ACHRP. I know there's an exciting, next week, really exciting content. There are 2 things happening in Mombasa. There's the 8th HR Symposium, really exciting. We hope to see as many of you next week from Tuesday. And then we also have the analytics, the certified training that is going to take place in. So for me is to wish you well, and let's keep the interaction, let's keep the engagement, let's keep the HR profession up, and it's a nice place to be plugged in to deal with people and to give them the support. So God bless you and have a very good afternoon. Bye for now.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. That is very is very important. But
Yeah.
a little bit clarification. What will be happening in Mombasa? That is that Travelers Beach Hotel will be the certified HR auditor, and then we have the 8th HR symposium at Pride Inn Paradise, and the numbers who have shown interest are very high. For those who don't want to see how our LMS works, maybe I can take a few minutes. You see how it works. And thanks Sarah Sayo for suggesting some improvements. That was very good.
Leave now. Have a very good time. All the best. Bye.
You can be able
Bye.
to.
Bye, everyone. I have to leave. Thank you.
You can be able to take directly from our website. That is our homepage. Anytime you want to take a course, you can actually, there is a column indicating select. Then if you are to check the box, then click on download invitation. You can be able to enter now your details directly from our homepage. You enter your details, the name of your organization. Then down there is a question whether you want to pay now. In case you want to make payment, you will be able to enter after making payment, you enter the transaction code there, then submit. That way, you've enrolled for that training program. The good thing with our current homepage today is that for those who seek NITA reimbursements, you can be able to download your own invitation, personalized invitation for any course that we have there, so that you can be seeking the approval in advance. Then if you're on our website, you can be able to see the many number of certifications that we have. Certified HR audit. Last December, we offered that training in conjunction with the IHRM. And the number of people or the names of people that you see there are the certified human resource auditors. Then next week, there will be that the same course offered by Institute of Pensions Management. So you'll see this number increasing for those people who are partaking our certifications. You can be able to see the certification overview, what that course contains, the certification outline, and the designation. Down there at the designation, they're saying, is a mark of recognition. A successive candidate is entitled to use the designatory title CHRA after their names. Then there is a certification calendar there. So the current calendar or the current institution offering this course will be IPM. And you can actually apply directly from our website, and that will link to their website, and they'll be able to receive your details. We have the certified workplace counselor. This one is coming up on 15th to 18th March, 4 days. This will be at Lake Naivasha. Still, you can also be able to apply directly from this website. But again, and you can read the details regarding, you can see the certification overview for the certified workplace counselor, the certification outline, the designation. You'll be able to call yourself a certified workplace counselor. And then eventually we have, that is our upcoming program that will be offered by ACHRP. Then you'll be able to see on our accreditations from our NITA certificate there, all those certifications are listed there, meaning if you'll be interested in seeking NITA approval for reimbursement, you can do that. And yes, then when you want to find your certificate, you can use the button in red, that is the login button. Like say, for example, I would want to log to my account there. There I am, I'm already inside my portal now. So this particular course was a strategic employee engagement. And if I go to my courses, I'll be able to find my notes there by going to the presentations column and clicking view there. Then the presentation we load on the right side panel, and one is able to have the content. All the materials that Catherine has taken us through are there. This is the note. These are the notes on strategic employee engagement. You can go to next page, next page, next page. But if you are tired, you might decide to jump to page 90, and then go to page 91, 92, 93. And with that, you are through with your presentation. The way LMS is designed is that the certificates are automatically released at 4 p.m. So you see the part on my certificate is pending, but at 4 p.m. that certificate will not be pending anymore. The link will be live and it will be reading download. Then there is a dashboard on my courses page that shows the number of courses I have in 2020. I have 2 courses. Both courses add up to 2 CPD points. Then there is the download CPD activities record form. This is the IHRM form. This one you download at the end of the year so that you're able to see all the courses you had. And because of this system, instead of filling this form manually, the system has automatically, or will have automatically filled all the activities that you had for the year. Then you see there is this part, download CPD activities verification. Now, these are all your certificates for this particular year combined. Instead of downloading one certificate at a time, then scanning them or joining them together, we've done that for you. And if you want to see or to view your courses for 2021, you just click the tab for the year 2021. Then all your courses for that particular year will be able to be displayed there. Then the courses for 2020 and so on. The same case while you are while you are on take courses. If you want to see what was there in the year 2021, you can do the same. And you can be able to view the courses for 2020, 2019, and they rode pretty fast. So that is the good thing of having or using the system or this LMS. You are able to move forward and see what has happened in the past and what you may be interested in taking. All these courses have their notes attached. So anytime you would want to, you have some time and you want to read on a certain aspect, you'll be able to plug in and view our lit materials. Now, one other thing, since we record all our trainings, you'll be able to find you'll be able to find all the recordings on our YouTube channel. This YouTube channel, at any time, you can listen to all the notes we've had. You can view all the notes we've had. I've shared that link a few minutes ago on the chat box. These are all the trainings that we've had are there. You can listen to them for free. All you need to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel, then you'll be able to view all those materials. And for example, for those taking the certified human resource professional, you can be able to view the training on you'll be able to view the training on coaching and counseling. That training was very well done, and it would come in handy when you are preparing for your exams. This is a huge resource that we've created for our for the HR professionals in this country. So for now, unless there is a question, I'd want to say kwaheri. Roslyn, Lispa, Dobaza, Devon.
Bye then. Thank you so much for that clarification.
So you want to say something? Dumbas, Yvonne?
Sorry, Jen. I also wanted to ask, for the YouTube recording, is it accessible to everyone, or is only for those people who have who had enrolled?
No, the YouTube channel is the recordings on the YouTube channel are available for anyone. The only difference is that if you watch the YouTube channel, you would not be able to get a certificate for doing that.
Okay.
And be able to listen to any of those trainings that we've had in the past.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Have a lovely weekend.
I noticed you never enrolled for this particular course for today.
Sorry?
Rosalind?
Yes?
I noticed you never enrolled in the set.
No, I enrolled through the phone.
No.
Or enrolling. Okay, I joined in through the phone. Okay, I don't know whether, because I always like join through
enrolling. What I mean with enrolling, you never went to our website.
Oh yeah, I didn't go to the website for that.
No, you need to do that so that you can be able to access your certificate.
Okay. Okay, fine.
You go to this red button here and the login.
Okay, fine. I'll log in. I'll log in and enroll. So that so then I send I put the M-Pesa.
Yes.
The M-Pesa confirmation. Okay, fine.
This is how you do it, Rosary.
Yeah.
Once you are logged in, you will be able to select this course number 2.
Yeah.
Selecting is like what I've done for the EVHL symposium. You check that.
Okay.
You check that box.
Okay.
Then where it's showing in red, see the place I'm typing there?
Yeah.
That is where you'll enter your M-Pesa transaction code.
Okay.
Submit. That is how to enroll for the training. Next time when you are enrolled for the training, for example,
yeah.
When you are enrolled for the training, you can be able to at the view presentation, you can be able to find the webinar link there. You can see where the webinar link is.
Yeah.
You can see them there.
Yeah.
So that is a good thing, or that is the purpose for enrolling.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. Fine. This is well noted.
Then eventually you're able to download your certificate at the end of the training.
Okay. Fine. Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Lovely weekend.
You should, both you and Lispa should come over for coffee or something.
Yeah, it seems like you're the only one left.
You know, for these classes, Saturday classes,
yeah,
mostly people are tired.
Yeah,
We want to go away and attend to other things.
Yeah, it's true.
But again, it is. I found this to be a very affordable way of acquiring our CPD.
Yeah, it's very easy.
Yes. And,
yeah. Okay.
My daughter wants to say hi. Ama?
Okay.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Fine.
You're fine.
And this is the other one.
Oh wow. Hi, baby boy.
Say hi.
Hello there. Hi.
Sasa.
Sasa poa, mambo. Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.